promises to be another engaging and intellectually stimulating conversation with our brother, Mr. Tony Nnandi. Mr. Tony Nnandi, you are welcome to Yoruba Nation platform on Clubhouse.
Thank you. Welcome everybody too.
Right, thank you so much, sir. So before we go into the conversation proper, first we just need to establish some ground rules. You are welcome to the stage. Please raise your hands, and when we get to about 15 to 20 people on the stage, we're going to shut down or put off the hand raising function so that we limit the people on the stage so we don't have interruptions. Then we can really enjoy the conversation. So it's not really about how many questions that we are able to push out, but we just really want to enjoy quality time and get a really good in-depth perspectives to some of these issues that are very topical in the Nigerian society today, especially as it relates to the self-determination of the various and different indigenous groups of where today we call Nigeria. And also as a background information, as you come up to the stage, please be aware that this session is going to be live stream. And please, when you come up to the stage, we don't want to have people disrupt the stage when the sessions are ongoing. So if you come to the stage and your mics are not muted, please bear with us, but we're going to have to move you back to the audience because we really want to enjoy the discourse for tonight. And also, if you have some questions that you would like to ask, whether you're on the stage or you're in the audience, please kindly send those questions to myself and my sister Adedoyi and Dee, who are all co-moderating the room with me tonight. Just to start, a lot of people are saying, who is Tony Nnandi? I know that my brother D is going to be helping out in coordinating some of the questions that we're going to be getting from our people. Please send those questions through, like I said. Then I know that we have some backlogged questions from previous sessions that we've had in previous rooms. We're also going to be touching on those questions as well. So people are asking us, who is Tony Nnandi? Mr. Tony, can you please introduce yourself to people on the stage and our people in the audience and the people that are listening to us from live stream?
Okay, thank you. Welcome everybody once more. Like you've been told, Tony Nnandi is my name. I happen to be a legal practitioner. I am secretary to an organization called the Lower Niger Congress, which is the coordinating alliance organization for the eastern half of southern Nigeria in the NINAS Alliance, where I also happen to be coordinating secretary. The NINAS Alliance being the alliance of the Lower Niger, that is east, the Yoruba block west, and the Middle Belt. As I speak with you, I'm in Jos, where we've been with the peoples of the Middle Belt from all the states, including Gombe, And so I happen to be the coordinating secretary of that NINAS alliance, being the alliance of the South and the Middle Belt. NINAS, you all know, Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. And we've been at this task for a bit of time, and it is just letting our people know where we are and how we can get to where we want to be. That's what we've been doing through the last 22 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Do you have any opening question for Mr. Tony?
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much, Mr. Nnandi. A lot of people are so curious to understand from your background, from your experience. I mean, what could possibly be the motivation? Having had a very successful oil and gas career, you have it all. You didn't need to put yourself into this liberation movement that you've done on behalf of a lot of people, this struggle for so long. So, I mean, what's inspired the decision to try and find out more about what is currently playing in Nigeria and the role that putting together the Lower Niger Congress and eventually as could do to help liberate? What was your trigger point? What was the thing that turned your mind and faced it squarely on this journey? Because for the last 20 years, I mean, from a senior executive, successful oil and gas career, what triggered your passion?
Thank you. It began all the way back to what I would call childhood. I was born a few months after the second coup in the middle of 1966. And by the time the war ended, I was a 3-year-old, so I couldn't claim to have seen any part of the war, other than just growing up in the midst of the catastrophe that Eastern Nigeria had become, the disaster. And he didn't, by the time I was getting to 5-6 years, it was clear to me that something was wrong with the kind of things, the child. Then I got to primary 5, right there in Abeokuta, because my father happened to be in the uniform services, so they were frequently moved around in those days. And so we moved with him in a number of places. Once in a while, he would leave and go off on his own for a few months, and then we'll go join him, waiting for school. So it was in Abeokuta. Ogun State had been created. And they set up a competition for primary schools. Some kind of, general knowledge, aptitude test kind of, just testing what you're able to do, to reason. And 3 prizes were advertised. The first prize was to be university scholarship up to university level. The second prize was to be a scholarship to the end of secondary school. The third prize was to be some cash prize and then I emerged from my school to be the representative, because there was an internal elimination process. We went to the ward, to the council, to the zone, all the way to the finals. I was still and I came from primary 5 then. And so, in the finals, I came first. The person that came second was from the then Bendel State. The one that came third, again from the same Imo, then there was no Imo, was Imo for everybody. And so, the organizers came to, they didn't know what to do with the situation. You had a prize that entailed paying fees for pupils. And the first, second, and third are people who, so they decided to convert everything to cash price. I got what looked like a fat envelope. In fact, it was several times my father's salary at the time. So, but I was very upset. You know, children and how they think. What could be the reason? And I questioned my headmaster. Still remember him. I said, what happened? In anger, he told me what happened. He said, you don't belong here. All of you don't belong here. That's why they converted everything. Because he was driving me his vehicle to all the venues. So he was taking me home when this conversation was taking place. What is it about not coming from? I spoke Yoruba language. I wrote exams in Yoruba, Yoruba examination, beating the class. And I couldn't even speak Igbo fluently as at that time because we had moved, you were learning to speak, you were still at such a young age and you went into a new environment and you picked up the language of where you went to earlier than your own that hadn't quite and so there was a question mark left in my mind because my father was happy and this was like 2 years after Udoji. There was some money that was paid to civil servants in 1974. They called Nnandi award. So, and they were just giving a bonus. I think it was all the money that came, and they were trying to give everybody some part of it. So civil servants were just given a bonus that became money they used to sort out all kinds of things for themselves. And so 2 years after, my father, who then became the one who had to spend this when he was happy, so I began to ask him more questions. It was from that point that I knew there was an unfinished business in Nigeria. So by the time I was going to secondary school, I already decided that when I finished from secondary school, I would go to the Defense Academy. That was what I wanted to be. But I knew there was an unfinished business that could become boxing and wrestling for everybody. And that was how I ended up at the NDA. In the first they said I was underaged. I was 3 months in deficit of 17 years at the time, and then one thing led to the other. I didn't stay. I came back. My mates in that coming back, because 2 years went in between, and it was in the third year after the first outing that I came back. So my mates from that first outing were now in their final year. My mates in the second coming, one of my mates in that second coming is the current chief of army staff of Nigeria. And so, again, for the same Nigerian, what do you call it, Nigerian question, where you came from. I wanted to be a military pilot, and then they said I could only be engineer or some join the Navy from another flank or army. I didn't want any of those. So I went away with all my physics and chemistries and ended up in law. And so from that law again, I ended up in the oil industry. It was because of being in the oil industry that my work led to where I saw the documents by which Shell and Mobil and others were operating, because there was a dispute about the gas flaring and the conversion to electricity, and the IOCs began to dispute it, to say that their concession that was originally signed for them didn't that the government could not change the rules halfway. And so it was in cause of being involved in that negotiation of what they were going to do, because the tariff, the price at which they want to sell the electricity fell far below what they could consider commercially viable for them to make the investment of generating electricity from the gas that was being flared. It was cheaper for them to pay the penalties and go their way. And since the rules were practically set by them every step of the way, what they paid in penalty for flaring gas was like peanuts, and it was more convenient for them to flare it and go. Nigeria struggled and did LNG with some portion of the gas. The rest were wasting. And so it was at that point see the concession documents. That it dawned on me that we were not the owners of the land. And therefore, for every day we kept that situation, we were just sinking deeper and deeper into whatever we got. And in the law that I read, I took special interest in jurisprudence because the subject of constitutional arrangements by which people cohabit in unions such as ours. And so it became of particular interest for me to take some time off and probe a little more into how we got into that situation. The research then led to going into, we looked around at the libraries here, nothing to be found. We looked for elders, they didn't have either. Eventually we had to go the WikiLeaks style, go into the British archives, and because we knew exactly what we were looking for. And when I say we, myself and a few of the persons I was already for what we needed to do. In all that time, Nadeko was also I had done my youth service and doing some stuff, and then Abiola's election happened. I was involved in because I knew it was that same unresolved problem issues of Nigeria that had become reason why Abiola would win an election. So I was so very politically conscious at the time because I was already on an inquiry for what was wrong with this union. And Abiola, that was a Muslim that had the best of and the highest of friends from the north, that had invested in Islam more than everybody else, that the generals who conducted Bangida was, he was the one, financing the coups. How could he then win an election and they will not let him govern? So I was involved in that task of trying to help recover that mandate. And the basis, what became Nadeko, was the agreement. A meeting was had with Abiola by the people who went to approach him. Who were in the background. At that very early stage, you were not one of the leaders of, but whatever, who were the foot soldiers who had to execute, just coming for you. You had more connection with the, student unions and all kinds of civil society people that would do the legwork. But the meeting with Abiola was to get him to commit to reworking the constitutional arrangements back to federation, so that we don't ever come to see the kind of things that were going on at the time. So Abiola committed to fixing the constitution before he would govern, and that became the business of the joint venture between the Abiola and those who have stepped forward, the former generals who were going to lead the campaign against their former colleagues. There you saw Bitu Kiwe, there you saw Nrokano, there you saw the Bayo and the rest of them. And it became what we now knew as Nadeko. Unfortunately, Abiola didn't make it through and he got killed. So in all that period of that pushing and pulling, here I was in that oil industry, seeing what I was seeing, and then everything came to a head when Abacha dropped dead. Of course, the next thing was to say, look, this matter has come to Abacha dies, Abiola gets killed. So where are we going with all of this? Then elections happened, and they brought back the constitution. The constitution, that very constitutional arrangement that was reason the First Republic, the Second Republic of Shagari collapsed. It was the unworkability of that document that was behind everything. Otherwise, how do you explain the two-thirds, whatever, what was it that the outcome of the election, 12 2/3, and all of it. So that's how we went into that task. Very clear concerning what had gone wrong and what needed to be done. So it was the constitutional arrangement, because the documents we got from the British Archive showed us, and those documents are now, some of them have been digitized and put on the website of NINAS and Lower Niger Congress, so that people who want to look at them to see what the British had in the background upon which the Union of Nigeria was constructed. It was designed to be unworkable from beginning. It was designed to be a master and servant union. It was designed to be, to be managed by those who are still managing it, their local agent, the Fulani, because those ones had gotten to the space in 1804, overrun the Hausa territories, and presided in terms of prevailing. The British got here only in 1861 when they, got hold of the Lagos colony after about 30 years of being denied entry. They were resisted all through in the south, and eventually they came in the 1860s and began to move, by guile and by force to enter into trade treaties and protection treaties that became so. I'm just saying that what triggered this whole interest to get to the root of this matter dates that way back, and in getting into the matter, we actually got to the root, the document the British had hidden from our fathers. Awolowo was born when? Asiki was born, one was 1904, so the other one was 1906, another one 1908 or 9, I'm not very well Asiki, while all the people we call the fathers were just little children when this amalgamation thing took place. So none of them knew anything about what the British had put together, but they called it Nigeria, and they became the first set of people to say, "Oh, you can govern us, we can govern ourselves." But they didn't know the monster that had been created. So they struggled all through. Eventually, they came to the flag independence. At every point, the caliphate was on the table with the British, over the head of the rest of us. From that 1914, all the processes that led to that 1914 had the caliphate was a joint venture. These people were going to empower them to be in charge, so that they could talk to Sokoto and take whatever they wanted in Lagos. That is still the situation today. That is why no Controller General of Yoruba origin had ever been mandated to collect the revenue from that port to this date. Whatever they wanted in Port Harcourt, they could talk to Sokoto and take the oil and gas of anybody. Whatever they wanted in any part, they didn't need to talk to. That was what was constructed. That was how Nigeria was supposed to function. And they did the federating, the units that would relate the northern region that would be stronger than all of the regions of the Lagos colony was a separate administration. The western region was a separate administration. The eastern region was a separate administration. The three of them coming together at every point in time will not be allowed to be more than 45% control of everything. So from that time Nigeria was formed, northern Nigeria, the caliphate, was supposed to be in control of no less than 55% of everything, so that without talking to anybody else, they can decide on any matter. Progressively, the arrangement that brought us together collapsed in 1966. We ceased to be a federation from that point on. Progressively, we also ceased to be a secular union, which we all agreed to. The agreement to become one union was basically to be a federation and a secular union. And those things were toppled. And then it became the unitary arrangement we have now, that first got collated in 1979. From 75, when Murtala Muhammad came back, because it was Murtala Muhammad that toppled the government in the July of, it was the one that led the coup of July 1966. In all the 9 years Gowon was head of state, Murtala Muhammad was never accountable to him. And so when things began to go back to where a constitutional arrangement that would restore everybody's autonomy was being put together by Gowon towards handing over to a civilian administration. It was the draft that came from the committee that Gowon had set up to draft a constitution. By going back to Aburi, the mandate of that committee was to versions of the Aburi agreement, the interpretation of the East and the interpretation of the Federal, and married. Somebody who was in that committee was the one that told me this story. And all of those, starting from Enohoro, all those that went to those meetings in Lancaster House to discuss this independence, all of them who were alive through the last 25 years, we identified them, sat down with them, found out what they knew, and it turned out they didn't know anything about the ones the British had concealed. And so the question of what led to the overthrow of Kawan, Harriman told me this himself because he was in the committee that was set up by Kawan to craft a constitution that would be based on the Aburi agreement as interpreted by the Federal and as interpreted by Eastern Region. That was why they didn't call any conference to try to make a constitution. Everybody already knew what they agreed and where they disagreed. And so that committee was set up to marry the two sides into a draft that will become basis of Gowon handing over to civilian rule. It was that draft that came from that committee. When it got to Supreme Military Council, Murtala Mohammed and his principals got wind of it, looked at it and said, what was the purpose of all the war if we are now to return everybody's autonomy to them? They have seized everybody's autonomy in the name of war. Western Region was the first where they suspended the constitution of Western Region on May 29, 1962. It was that suspension of the constitution of Western Region that led to the collapse of the political process, because they went to election at a time people were still resisting. Awolowo insisted he wanted independence election, and in the attempt to reclaim that mandate, he ended up in prison. So Nigeria was still born. Nigeria did not make it through the labor room of Britain in 1960. Otherwise, why would Awolowo, who was sure he won the election, end up in prison? Why would the Constitution of Western Region be suspended as early as 29th May of 1962 by a process that was unconstitutional at the time? The agreement at independence was the federal government would not do anything that was not approved of by the three regions of the time. But the Fulani-led federal government of the time, I say Fulani because of Ahmadu Bello, who was the big boss sitting in Kaduna. Of course, the Prime Minister, we remember Tafawa Balewa was his parliamentary secretary, was somebody that came to report to him day and night. He sent him as a subordinate to go and deal with those inferior people in Lagos. Your Prime Minister had a principal in Kaduna. And it was that principal in Kaduna that saw to it that the one who was their competition was put in prison, and the constitution of Western Region knocked out. So a table with three legs, one leg was knocked down. They couldn't fix it. They went to election, and the whole thing became an inferno. It became Wild West. The soldiers then came in January of 1966 to knock all of them out. So by the time they were now thinking of how to proceed with democracy after the 3 years of war and all the damage, Murtala Mohammed thought that if they go back to restoring what everybody owned, then there would have been no justification for the war at all. It was to conquer and take over everything that led the matter in the direction that became war and that kind of carnage. So having secured it, why did they give it up? The next thing was to throw Gowon out in July of 1975, same date. And then the first task Murtala Mohammed commissioned was to invite Rotimi Williams with a brief of what they wanted. Of course, he was acting on behalf of the Caliphate. A brief of what they wanted for constitution. The British supervising the whole thing in the background. And then Rotimi Williams went in search of who would do the business with him, because he had a blank check. Go and do it and come and take money. Anything you bring at your bill, we pay you. So it was a fat, brief. Rotimi Williams went around to get, because the question of legal drafting is a specialty. It's not every lawyer that goes drafting such complicated documents. And so Rotimi Williams went to a contemporary of his who had traveled to study law with him as reading boys. His name is Bankole Oki. Tanimoshe Bankoloki. He was senior advocate. He died at the age of 90, not too long ago. Bankoloki, Lagos, Prince of Lagos royalty. But he had traveled to England in the same period with Rosemary to study law. So, but he was being from Lagos colony. The Second World War met him there, and he had to go off to fight. Because if you were from Lagos colony, you were not like the rest of people from Nigeria. If you got to England, you became a citizen. I mean, you were entitled to everything British people would get. If it was housing, if it was scholarship, if it was any healthcare, you were entitled. But if you are from any other part of Nigeria, including Western region, where Rotimi Williams came from, you were a protected person. You were a foreigner, well, from the Commonwealth, and that's all you could be. Therefore, they will not draft you if there's war, because you are a foreigner. But if you are from Lagos colony, you were entitled to benefits. You also, responsible for other things the citizens will be, required to do, including going to fight in war. That was how Bankoloki ended up going to fight in Burma. So by the time he came back, Rotimi Williams had graduated and gotten called to back ahead of him. But two young boys who traveled together, between the two of them, nothing, no secret, nothing was hidden. They knew themselves so very well. So he was a person, he was a brilliant, a very brilliant person. That's Bankoloki. In fact, at the time, he was the chairman of the body of senior advocates in the last few years before he passed on. So for a long time too, and he was the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Defense that carved out the Air Force from the Army. And so Rotimi Williams went to him to say, "This is the brief I have." He looked at the whole thing and told Rotimi Williams that these boys are going to put you in trouble. They just engage you to craft a constitution that will render your children and grandchildren slaves in that Nigeria. Please return their stuff to them. If you have to go overseas, please go. Otherwise, count me out. I'm not going to do this. And I would advise you, don't do. The day your grandchildren will get to know that you were the one who helped to craft this kind of constitution they want, and they will not be happy with even your memory. Well, he moved on and ended up with a university teacher called Ben Wabeze. The same Professor Ben Wabeze that you all know about constitutional law. It was Ben Wabeze that accepted to come and do that drafting that ended up in the hands of the Constituent Assembly that was set up in 1977 to process the draft to constitution. Of course, Murtala Mohammed got killed in 1976, and it became the task of Obasanjo, who replaced him. There was an agreement in the background with the people, with the caliphate, and Obasanjo was the one that helped them, turn it into what it became, Constitution of 1979. But all the changes the Constituent Assembly introduced to that draft were removed by the Supreme Military Council headed by Obasanjo, because on the 21st of September 1978, he had come to make a broadcast, announcing 17 amendments to the finished work of the Constituent Assembly. Because I know there are lawyers in this meeting who are going to say, but 1979 Constitution, which was transported forward in 1999, was a product of the Constituent Assembly. I'm saying it with clarity. I'm saying it with emphasis that the 1979 Constitution was not a product of we the people, as many people will want to believe. It was the product of the Supreme Military Council of Obasanjo. Because in those 17 amendments, the Constituent Assembly did not accept the states that were created to fracture the unions, the regions of the time. The Constituent Assembly didn't accept the presidential system because it will accumulate power. The Constituent Assembly rejected all kinds of things, including land use acts that they wanted to put smuggling through the back door into that constitution. But eventually, by way of that amendment, the NYSC Act, youth service, that is still in that constitution in a part that that is impossible to amend, more or less. Many of us will be told, if we ask today, why NYSC? we went to a war, and then everything got upside down. We came out of the war. Instead of going to the issues, to address the issues that led to the war, we decided to cover the issues as if they don't exist. And now decided that young people will be brought to go and mix up after their education, university and colleges, and that when they mix up over a period of time, Nigeria will grow from there. Everybody will be happy with the other because they now know themselves. That is the front end of the story. The back end is that the NYSC Act of 1973 was introduced to take the children of Sokoto, the children of Kano, the children of Maiduguri to go and serve in Port Harcourt, serve in Lagos, where they'll be retained in MPA, retained in Central Bank, retained in Mint, retained in Mobile and Shell. Whereas the children of Port Harcourt, the children of Lagos, the children of Ibadan Warri are taken to Kauro Namoda, Potisco, Biu to go and perish. 90% of those managing the bureaucracy of Nigeria in the last 50 years, since that 1973, were recruited through that process. You were sent to go and perish, and they were sent to come and be retained in NNPC. And they put it in that constitution the same way they put the Land Use Act, by which they took over everybody's assets. That was what now emerged in that 1979. So it was a caliphate imposition through and through and through, touching on the most important things, our assets, because your land and all of what is attached to it is actually your sovereignty. If anybody is in control of it, then you are a stranger on that land. And if you get beheaded, you'll be lucky to be able to complain. That's where we live now. And that was what they carried forward in 1970, in 1999, adding only the states they created in between. But everything that made us a federation, everything that made us a secular union, everything that was basis of becoming one political union had been desecrated. 4 regions had become 36 states, of which one of the regions produced 19 of that 36, the northern region of the time, plus Federal Capital Territory of now. So, at every point in time, they have a standing majority. When you now take it down to the local government areas, 774, which they created all by decree, the states all by decree, by people from one section of the country. Where were the soldiers from the rest of the Nigeria? So they knew what they were doing, they built it up over time, it now became the cage we are all caught in. We are locked in that cage. Yoruba is in that cage, Ijo is in that cage, Ogon is in that cage, Berom is in that cage, and the task before us today, just like that task before Awolowo and Azikiwe and Nohoro and Mokoye, the task before them in their time was to liberate themselves from colonial bondage. We are falling into that pit yet again on a deeper scale. Internal colonialism, it was the British yesterday, is now the Fulani today, supervised by the same British. 2 of them in joint venture, selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day as the proceed of that crime called Nigeria. Did anybody see London Economics describe Nigeria as a crime scene? Nigeria, your country, is described as a scene of crime in the heart of Africa, because everything is for the purpose of stealing and sharing unchallenged. Steal what you find, anything you can steal, destroy. Anybody who challenges you, kill. So the mission of Nigeria is to steal, to kill, and to destroy.
Thank you so much, sir.
That's where we are now. That constitution is the title deed, is the framework by which that enslavement that we have fallen into is maintained. Our situation is no different from the blacks of South Africa under the apartheid constitution imposed by the Boers. The Boers of Nigeria are the Fulani. The rest of us fall into the black category. The apartheid constitution that ties us down to that situation is what we're discussing. And therefore, those who come from the south and the middle of Nigeria, who step forward after the rigmarole they call elections, to swear to defend and uphold that instrument of death. Because it is that instrument that has empowered the Fulani to become the owner of your land, to become the sole custodian of all the guns in the land, to become the people who conduct the election, to select who will govern you. They are the ones who have to decide whether the road linking Lagos and Ibadan will be built or not. They are the ones who collect the revenue from the port of Lagos. They are the ones who own the oil blocks of Port Harcourt. It is that constitution that is responsible for everything. The corruption you complain about, it is that constitution that creates it and comprehensively protects the potential beneficiaries. That constitution takes away responsibility towards you. That constitution takes away the accountability of you holding the people who control your treasury accountable. Section 308, I want the lawyers to pay particular attention. Nothing can solve any of these problems. Nothing can solve the problem of corruption. Nothing can solve the problem of infrastructure. You can't generate electricity because somebody who doesn't want electricity for you says you can't. Lagos built the power plant. They couldn't take the electricity for Lagos use. Port Harcourt did the same. They couldn't take it because the constitution says you cannot. Only the federal government can. So if you go and build, they take it and put it in national grid. Nothing can improve electricity no matter what they tell you. You saw the other day that what's the Ngelari fellow that they say is now their assistant coming to insult us on national TV about how Siemens will build electricity for us. When you lock down the possibility of electricity with exclusive list, that is where the electricity is locked down, and Nigeria is costing 3,000 and 5,000 megawatts of electricity for 200 million people in 21st century, with all the potentials we have to generate electricity. Upon that, if that constitution goes down today, in 1 year, Lagos will be discussing 20,000 megawatts of electricity. Eastern Nigeria will be discussing 40,000, 50,000 to service a population that range between 50, 60, 70 million people. Infrastructure is locked down. Security is locked down. There's nothing anybody is going to do to improve any security. None of your governors can license one rifle. Not one. Because that same exclusive list on that constitution sees everything. So everything that has made us slaves in our land, everything that has made it impossible for our people to thrive here, and they have to go and be slaves second time in foreign lands, is coming from that constitution. Nothing else. Anything else you are told is reason or leadership. I see some people you taught had education. They're always going around and say it's leadership. Therefore, let's come and elect me. That's practically what they're telling us. Come and elect me, and you see the difference. We've been holding elections since 1999. How many times? Every 4 years. What has improved? Because the tap is on, and we're being invited to more. They have come again to say, come. 2023. PDP is not doing it well. APC has failed. The same people we have sat down with to explain all these things to are not joining the task of how to take down that constitution to free the possibilities, to free us from bondage. They are interested in going to become president, or becoming senator, or becoming whatever, governor. And so, what Ninas has done, what this intervention project that began from Nadeko, because Nadeko only got the soldiers out of government house, and they allowed the soldiers, almost carelessly, to bring back the constitution that led us into the pit the first time. And they called it 1999 constitution. So we wound up the Nadeko platform. Those who are invited, I'm sure there are people who have seen, like I saw 2-3 weeks ago, Nadeko that is coming back. I am the organizing secretary of that Nadeko as at this date. But we wound up, we rested that platform. We rested that Nadeko platform because some of the elements had gone to, the brand name is damaged to the extent that some of the people who were the champions of the reason Nadeko was formed, the reason Abiola was assisted, that joint venture to restore his mandate so that he can fix that constitutional basis before he began to govern. They forgot it. They got to government house. went their way. And so Pronaco was then convened by the same organizers of NADECO. It's not by accident that Nohoro was the chief convener of Pronaco. It's not by accident that Nnandi will be involved, or the B2K will be involved, or Wole Soyinka will be co-chair, or Bekora Sonkoti. And so, the new business, the unfinished business of working out the constitution that would take us back to being a federation was what Pronaco came to do. And I was at the heart of it. I was in the harmonization committee that took the memoranda from all the nationalities that came and turned it into conference questions that have to be answered, 29 questions, that became the business of the ethnic nationalities of Nigeria to answer for themselves. Divided into two. Do we want to continue as one political union? That question was posed and answered. Majority said, well, yes, it's been bad, but if we have, everybody then came with their own demands. Niger Delta wanted resource control, Yoruba wanted regional autonomy, the type of Wolowo had. The East said, the Masob of the time, the people doing Biafra at that time, 2005, were the only ones who said, look, we've seen all this before. Why can't we just draw the line so that everybody can fix their own? But the majority as at that time, 2005, were still feeling, well, we can fix it. And then we went into the process. We sat in Lagos, we sat in Port Harcourt, we sat in Enugu, we sat in Jos, we sat in Kano. We came back to conclude in Lagos 2 whole years. The US sent us our mission, European Union sent us our mission. And where were we going with all of this? We wanted the owners of Nigeria to decide by themselves, first, that they will live together. Second, that they will decide the terms of that living together. And having reached that consensus, the only people that didn't come was government. In fact, Obasanjo went on national TV to say that we were committing treason if we called a meeting of the owners of Nigeria. And we said, okay, we better go and build a prison compound enough to take millions of people. People like Wole Soyinka had to return from California to come and join to be in prison by Obasanjo. Of course, when he saw the people that turned up, nobody told him to dress back. The conference went on, but they kept on sabotaging, what should have come from it, because there was a consensus that could have taken us back to what we lost in Aburi. That was Nigeria's last chance to remain one political union. What did we then do? Since the government didn't come along, and our competitors in the northern flank, in the far north, were drifting further and further away from the consensus we had reached into their Sharia. Muhammad Buhari was part of the Fulani delegation that came to that Pronaco conference. Syed Abubakar was part of the Fulani delegation that came. There's nothing I've explained to you now that is not well known to the two of them as part of that process. And Buhari came back to tell us he wanted to come to contest the election. And we told him, look, it's not a matter of going who will go to government house. It's a matter of fixing this foundation. From that time on, they are now insulting our intelligence by pretending they no longer understand what restructuring means. The people who are talking about restructuring want to go back to a federation, to be in a federation. And if they can't go back to being a federation, they will leave the union. They are fed up with the union of master and servant. They are fed up with having to be killed in the manner they are being killed because somebody dictated the content of the constitution that took all the guns away from them and put it in the hands of people who go into the faith to kill them as infidel exclusively. To put all the guns in the hands of people who tell us to our faces that all men are not born equal, therefore they are born to rule the rest of us. And they actually convince us to say we're in a democracy. What is the meaning of democracy? Outside the one you all know. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. 3 legs of text. Government of the people means the people, in exercise of their sovereignty, are the ones to write the supreme rules, the ground law. Our constitution did not come through that. By the people means only your vote can take people to government house. It has never been so for us. So the people mean that those who wield power will exercise it never counted for anything, and the people in government house don't even owe us any obligation. Let the lawyers in the house tell me, with the provision, with what we see in section 6, subsection 6C of the 1999 Constitution, I want any lawyer present in this meeting to tell us that the government owes us any obligation at all. Because by that section 6, subsection 6C, the whole of the chapter 2 that contains what should have been your benefit as citizen, welfare, security, equal treatment, equal opportunity, all of those things are nullified because they are rendered non-justiciable, more or less making it discretionary to those in government to do anything for you. So if they build a school or hospital, you have to kneel down and thank them. If they don't, you have no recourse against them, even if you found them spraying the money to madmen. The contents of the treasury are entirely at their disposal by the provisions in black and white of that constitution. Section 81, I want the lawyers to listen, and I invite any explanation that is different from this. The heads of the executive branch, and Nigeria is the only country where we have that. The heads of the executive branch have the spare key to the treasury. They're able to take everything in the treasury without consequence under the appropriation provisions in that constitution. For those who are looking for where corruption is coming from, they don't owe you any obligation. We have seen that. Section 6, subsection 6C, that nullifies chapter 2. Section 81 says the president must go to National Assembly to get permission to spend money. Section 82 says the president is at liberty to run government, spending money subject to a certain dubious limit. They say 50% of what was approved the year before, while the National Assembly is debating the appropriation proposition. And so, how does it work in real life? The president knows he will not get more than 50 billion for education in year 2022. He is going to present a budget in year 2021 because of that provision that allows him to take, without recourse to National Assembly, to take from the treasury up to 50% of whatever was budgeted, not what was spent, what was budgeted the year before. He comes to National Assembly in 2021 with a proposition for 120 billion for education. He knows that come rain, come shine, he will not get more than 50 billion. That's at best. It could be 30, it could be 40. But he puts a budget of 120 billion. The people in the National Assembly know too well that he's not going to get anything more than a certain figure. But because they know that he's creating a benchmark of 120 billion, so that perchance 50 million comes, perchance more than that comes, 60, he's still able to take half of what is written in the year before without recourse to National Assembly. So all the jumbo budgets you'll be hearing about, that is the reason for the jumbo budget. The people who are conniving with them, the National Assembly, will now demand for Ghana must go. I'm sure you've been hearing about Ghana must go to push budget. Can you now see the reason? The people who want to steal are laying benchmark. National Assembly people that know the truth are collecting their own share up front. The governors, the same thing. Section 121 requires the governor to go to get permission. Section 122 gives him permission to spend money. He only needs to put the figures right in the budget year before to go and take all the things he finds in the treasury. As it is for education, so it is for healthcare, so it is for all the other subjects. How many primary schools have been built in your community since after the one you attended? How many healthcare centers have been added to the one you last met before you traveled in your community? Where are the roads, even the ones that were built? Are they maintained now? Look at Enugu going to Onitsha. Look at Port Harcourt going to Enugu. Look all around you and see that this is a scene of crime. London economist is right. The people in Downing Street, the people in Buckingham Palace, who are asking economists to go and write another thing, they are not on your side of this debate. The economists have told you that your country is a crime scene, because that is what it is, through and through. I want you to take note. Anybody who has been going around to say he is an anti-corruption fighter, whether he's in government house or is in NGO, is a criminal under this constitution. Anybody who tells you he's human rights lawyer under a constitution that make you slave in black and white is a criminal. We have allowed them long enough. We are going to call them out. We are going to shut them down. You saw them in Port Harcourt talking about amendment at a time the whole country had rejected that constitution. The lawyers are gathered in Port Harcourt discussing how to go to do amendment. Some of them say, okay, there's no referendum in the constitution. Therefore, let us go and do a bill and send to National Assembly. At the time we're saying that the members of the National Assembly, the National Constitution making is different from lawmaking. Constitution making is the exclusive business of the constituents as an incident of their sovereignty. Section 14.2a of that same constitution confesses to that universal truism. That section 14.2a says, sovereignty belongs to the people, from whom government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. I repeat, sovereignty belongs to the people, from whom government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. That constitution confesses in that section that it is the Yoruba, the owners of the sovereignty, owners of the land that will be aggregated into the Union of Nigeria, that hold exclusive right to make constitution, to make the union agreement that will bind them. They are the ones who have to submit their land and their people and their sovereignty into a union. Then the same constitution comes to the preamble to lie that we the people, that means we the Yoruba, we the Yoruba have solemnly resolved when we never had any meeting, because decree number 24 by which that constitution was promulgated told the story of how the constitution came, step by step. Asalama Baka forming a committee called Constitution Debate Committee. I want the lawyers to listen, because that decree number 24 is printed along with that constitution in error, and that is the key to our salvation. That is the reason we're able to defeat the Fulani today. If that mistake was not made, they would have slaughtered us to the last. But because that mistake was made, we plugged into it and began to mobilize people through the last 22 years to get everybody ready to charge through the gate and get to freedom. If our people will listen to us, this matter should not last another 6 months. If our people do not listen to us, they will be slaughtered until they listen, until they now fight with bare hand against AK-47 pointed at them by their government in and out of uniform. If anybody is still making a distinction between those in uniform but who control exclusively all the guns in the land from one part of the country and the ones who turn up from the forest in the name of reign of cowherding, that person needs his head examined. Why do I say so? Your commander-in-chief and president is the life grand patron of Mieti Allah. Mieti Allah is the proud sponsor of Fulani herdsmen that the Global Terror Index had adjudged the fourth most deadly terror group on earth. Your president took 100 billion naira from the treasury and handed over to Mieti Allah. At the time, Mieti Allah was proudly taking responsibility for the atrocities of Fulani herdsmen. How am I supposed to make a distinction between Fulani herdsmen, Mieti Allah, and the grand patron of Mieti Allah, who is also not only president, but commander-in-chief of the armed forces that is supposed to be fighting on your behalf to push back these invaders operating as Fulani herdsmen? Can you see the connection? That it is your government that is the terror. And the instrument that empower them is this constitution. Every day you keep this constitution, you are inviting them to come and kill you. was codified into constitution that all the economic assets around Nigeria became the property of the same invaders. Which is why we mobilize Nigerian indigenous nationalities alliance for self-determination. Even by that nomenclature, only one group is excluded. The ones crossing from Niger, from Mali, from Senegal, everywhere, to come to kill people to take their land in Nigeria, invited by their kinsmen who have seized the place of power in Nigeria, holding on to a constitution that has our signature as the authorization for our damnation. So, what are we doing? This union.
Thank you so much.
Because the constitution is there.
Yeah.
We can end this union today if we terminate the life of that constitution. The reason for this clubhouse meeting is to tell us exactly what we have to do to terminate the life of that constitution. And we have identified it. The life of the constitution is renewed only by elections, once every 4 years. Political parties are the only ones who contest election. Note it. The case of Amechi settled that in the Supreme Court. Therefore,
Mr. Tony, we're going to take a break just for a second.
All right, thank you. I know how passionate Mr. Tony can be in discussing the issues of Nigeria. And we acknowledge that. We really appreciate that. And we also appreciate all the time and all the works that you're putting into seeing this through. Having established very clearly the fundamental flaws, and you have mentioned at high level some of the things that we need to do. Now, in terms of the practicalities of this, can you please expatiate on the leadership role that NINAS is going to play, and also the expectations from the citizens? Because 2023 is around the corner and politicians are starting to do the things that they know how to do best. All the money that they've been able to amass over the years through corrupt means, they are going to give out peanuts to very hungry people to mobilize them for the upcoming election. What are your expectations from our people, and what should we be looking forward to seeing from NINAS in the coming weeks and months leading up to the election?
thank you. The reason I went into this detailed backdrop is so that all the people present in this meeting will leave this meeting thoroughly clear in their mind that that constitution is the source of their misery, nothing else. Not the Fulani per se, not anybody else, not anything else. Because once you do what you need to do, that union, that constitution goes down the same hour that union is at an end. So those who truly want liberation from that Nigeria that is killing them, you have only one task: to do that which you need to do, which you have been invited to do, to terminate the life of that constitution. And we have tied it to election to say only by election is the life of that constitution, renewed, and only political parties run the elections. Therefore, and this is where we will either take it and act on it, or we argue with the signboard until we are beheaded by the people already marching to our spaces. If they were not already on their way with their gun, with the motive of killing and taking the land, we could say, well, let us argue another 10 years. Eventually, more people will wake up. But we don't have that luxury. Now, the question, how will NINAS? NINAS is only a coming together of those who are in that trouble. It is the Yoruba that is in trouble in their ancestral land. It is Yoruba that want to get away from this danger. In the eastern part, the Igbo want to get away from this danger. Ogoni. In the middle belt, everybody being killed want to get away from that danger. Therefore, Ninas is not some, what do they call the flying fighter. Ninas is only to coordinate and tell Yoruba what to do. The work still comes back to the constituent components that are seeking this liberation. But Ninas has found, a pathway to do it successfully and safely and swiftly. What is that thing? That we can stand now, since all the political parties in Nigeria subscribe to the 1999 Constitution. There's no one of them that is saying, look, this Constitution cannot be basis. They are all going to election from which the winner will swear to defend and uphold that Constitution. Therefore, they're already tied to the other side. They may tell you, look, trust me, if I win, I'm going to change it. That's what they've been saying since 1999. The ruling party actually put it in their manifesto. Have they done it? Atiku came out the other time saying, oh, I will do it. But in all the time that followed from that 1999, where has Atiku been in this debate? If Atiku does not come out today, if Atiku does not come out inside October, inside November, to say his position on that constitution and to agree with us that we cannot go to renew it by way of another election, if he wants to pull his resources towards the election that will renew the life of that constitution, then he's the worst enemy of the people who want to get away from that constitution. As it is for Atiku, so it is for Kingsley Moghalu, so it is for Pat Utomi and his confederates who want to form another party. All of them who want to go to that election. Therefore, today, the reason I'm speaking like this is that I see death approaching millions of people very clearly. I see an escape. We have worked quietly. Nobody knew we were doing all of this. And we've carried this battle to impossible places across the globe, including Capitol Hill, including the New York headquarters of the United Nations, quietly. And we have secured all of what we need to be able to do our own part left here. They've spoken up in our favor in April of 2021. They told the people who are holding us hostage to realize that guns will not feature in this debate. To call a meeting of the owners of the land, the dialogue, and to make sure that that dialogue leads to fresh legal instrument. That was the language the European Union used. The US spoke on 28th of April. UK spoke on the 29th of April. And the European Union summarized it to say, go and get the people to decide. Don't go pointing guns at them. You won't be able to use your gun, and we won't bring another gun for you. Having done all of this, the only thing left, back to your question, what exactly will Ninas be doing? What exactly are the people to do? If the rest of us, if 150 million people whose lives are being put in jeopardy by these greedy, unthinking political gamblers that operate the political parties, if those 150 million people cannot tell the political parties inside the fourth quarter of 2021 that we will not go to another election with them, then they truly deserve to perish. The election in 2023, they're advertising the journey, and we're telling you that it is your death warrant they're inviting you to come to validate. Because the people who are going to conduct that election are the same people doing the killings. If we overwhelm that constitution today, they will of necessity dress back from our spaces. And in that pushing for them to leave, they won't be able to shoot because we an alliance. The Fulani, no matter how mad they are, dares not start a fight that will put them on one side of the field and the rest of Nigeria on the other side. But that's exactly what Ninas has placed on the table. If they start a fight on account of this debate, they are going to see a battlefield that put them on one side and the rest of the country on the other side. It doesn't matter that they seem to be in control of all the guns at the moment. But if people are facing the danger of death, I tell you, you may kill the first few people. Then you will realize how much people can do to try to defend themselves from being killed. And it has already come to that why the Minister of Defense is telling people to go and get ready to go and defend themselves. You all heard it when he said so. And so, the task before us now, Ninas will provide the direction, coordination. That direction is being provided right now. Is it beyond our reach? All of us, to tell the political parties, we've not asked anybody to go to the street now. Before you know it, now somebody will be asking me, if you come out to the street, they will shoot us. We've not asked you to go to the street right now. We're saying, can you say it to the hearing of those people who are going to worry in Washington and New York, that you do not intend to go to another election under this constitution that we have repudiated? And we didn't just repudiate it sitting in our bedroom. We went out to bring people out to the stadium in Ibadan. Yoruba filled that stadium with their governors present to say, we repudiate this constitution as basis of union. Port Harcourt was in 2007. Lagos was, Ibadan was 2017. September 7. Alabasima. 27 April 2015 was in Port Harcourt. Search on YouTube the title, Solemn Assembly of the Peoples of the Lower Niger. YouTube, Solemn Assembly of the Peoples of Lower Niger. You check the video and see, tell me who you could not find, who you will not find among the leaders of the agitation in Niger Delta. Just look at it, closely. It's not a very long video. And so, the Middle Belt, we got them to do their own, they managed to organize themselves and did their own in July of 2018 in Makodi. And so, having gotten all these people to take that one action, repudiating that constitution loudly to the hearing of the international community, we went together in 2018 to say that we are going to mobilize our people, we will not go to another election under this constitution, so that we can compel a lockdown in which there will be no viable solutions outside referendum, outside the transition. The time South Africa was compelled to institute in 1990. It's not a novelty. That was what we're asking our people to do now, was what was done to bring apartheid to its knees. That the people rejected the document to the point where the government now agreed that it could no longer be the basis. And they went into transition. We are not quarreling with those in government house. Some will say, oh, what will happen if constitution goes down? No. We said, let those in government house, which was why we asked all the people who are coming to ask us questions in this clubhouse. Anybody who has not sat down, who cannot find 30 minutes to read that Nina's proclamation, constitutional force majeure proclamation, that tells in detail what we have to do, what has to happen to solve this problem. Anybody who has not read it, who will then come and begin to ask questions that are already answered, and that thing has been lying there since December of 2016, is lying in all our websites, is flying all over the place. And we're talking about something that took so many years to do. And those who are in that danger are not prepared to look at it, to even know what we are saying should be done. And they want us to guide them in that you blindfold yourself and you are walking in the middle of a busy expressway and asking me to please guide you from having to guide so many people who also blindfold. Anybody who has not read what we are saying should be done could as well sit back in his house and not come to waste other people's time. That's how bad the situation is. We have education. Let us go and look at what we say should be done. If we look at it, whatever we cannot, understand sufficiently, Or, we can then come and say, oh, you say it should be like this. Have you averted your mind to X, Y, Z? But not looking at it at all and coming to tell me, look, it's impossible to think. Some even think it's National Assembly, what over convenes to come and make amendment. So the task is let those who are in that danger in Yoruba land, if they are in 10 organizations or 50 organizations or 100 organizations, let them all decide among themselves that no political party will be allowed to set up the journey to election in their space. Let them start by saying it clearly to the hearing of those political parties and those gamblers operating it. If it is a question of life and death, and the ordinary people get to know, it is we who have education and exposure that are not telling them that it is the debt that is coming to them is what has been advertised as election in 2023. We saw the governors of the North the other day say that if by any mistake power goes to the South, that from the things they are seeing now, that they will be chased out of Nigeria. Is there anybody in this platform that didn't hear it? And these same people who are in that frame of mind are the ones that will conduct the election you come to win. They bring plastic, PVC and give to you. For a battle that will be decided by AK-47 with exclusively control, both in and out of uniform. Because if you are found with AK-47 in your bush, the one in uniform will come and kill you there, legitimately. What we're inviting our people to do now is something that will raise a question mark to the point where that red line is crossed. It is that constitution that prevents you from defending yourself now. If we do what we need to do, guns will be in the hands of everybody without the impediment of that constitution. And all we need to get to that point is to first say, let us say it for 3 months. If we cannot hold our long throat from the benefit of election, and we're ready to die if those who are conducting the election continue their conquest mission and onslaught, because that's what we're settling for. Let us say it on a scale that renders it redundant for anybody to come to try to tell you how to come and join him towards election. If that is what we're screaming now, Atiku will not come to tell you he wants to go and win election. Tinubu will not. Kingsley Moghalu will not. And all those, gamblers in the East. That is where the work is. Leaders will continue to talk with the international stakeholders, explaining to them why our people are saying they will not go to election. If we say it loud enough, it becomes the point at which those who are not as patient as all of us, you all know that there are people who are not going to be this nice about this matter. If the ordinary people in Dubai area, if the ordinary people in Job, if the ordinary people in Oshodi realize that the reason they are so poor, if the people who are being killed in the Middle Belt realize that the reason they are being killed is because there are a few of them, their own brothers and sisters, cousins and nephews, that go to carry the ladder for the enemy by way of swearing to defend and uphold a constitution that enable all of this. You don't need to do any other thing anymore because they will eat them raw. And if we tell them, if all of us join in telling them, if we have 1 million people who in the next 1 month will be telling everybody everywhere that going towards this election, that this political party should close shop because it is the political parties that have brought us into this debt. Just political parties and the election they go to embrace. If the rest of us tell them that we can't go with them, I tell you, the fight will begin. It's not any of you. It is those people who do not know where to find the food the next day. Because if you wait for when money begin to move, because election is coming, the money they already have it in billions. They're going to throw it at them. They're going to get confused. That money is not moving around now yet. If our people began to listen since December, when we said the ball rolling, they thought it was some esoteric talk. But they forget we were the first to go to gather all the people who already were angry enough to carry arms against Nigeria. I told you already about it. They are Sani Dokubos and his Niger Delta Volunteer Force. Ghanaians and his OPC of the time. All the people doing Biafra at the time. We gathered them and told them that guns will not be the first line in this debate. Those who have guns should get more if they feel a sense of danger where they are. But in the meantime, let us frame a case we can take before the world. And we have done all of that. Let us organize our people in the formations. They will be able to take back their sovereignty. We are asking Nigeria to give up something. Who is going to take it? In this formation of 36 states, we have organized them into 3 blocks. We have gone into those 3 blocks to set up something that will become internal cohesion, equity amongst them. The things that Nigeria refused to give to them. Ogoni will stand in their small Ogoni land as equal partner with each other to stand in this big Ijo land, Igbo on their own space. With a charter of relationship that become constitution that will become basis of regulating their relationship for all time. The problem that led the Niger Delta to go before the Willis Commission, seeking separation from the East, has not gone away, except we solve it the way we're solving it now, by getting a charter of relationship that puts everybody on their soil and puts an agreement that will moderate the content of the constitution so that everybody is on the table. You've never been on the table. The same thing in the Yoruba space, the same thing in the Middle Belt. So, NINAS is providing the coordination, telling everybody what to do, going to discuss the difficult part with foreign stakeholders, and generally making sure that the reason we are traveling in the last 48 hours, we don't know how many cities we've been in, talking to the people who have the capacity to make things happen in their various areas. And that is ongoing every day. It's not matter for media. But the little that we can do, take the information. We have tons and tons of information. If we say we want this outcome, why can't we take that information, break it down, and spread it into the millions that are waiting for that direction? Is it one person that will take on this monster? The task is being made difficult because a whole lot of us, millions of those who should have been doing it, are not participating. They are content with just copying and pasting whatever is passing. Can't you trace back and interrogate a plan? Anybody who is telling you, oh, I want Yoruba nation, oh, give me Biafra nation, sit him down and ask him to tell you, show you his strategy. How are you going to get it? Where's the map? Where does the land begin? Where does it end? What have you discussed with your neighbors to be sure that all of you are standing together before the international community to demand this? What is your strategy for taking down the constitution that tie your hands and legs? What's your strategy for taking the matter to referendum other than commotion? Because if it goes to commotion, the one with the gun today will criminalize you and defeat you. You have to avoid that. Eventually it will come to pushing and pulling. And there's a covert part of all of this. If anybody thinks that we are stupid not to know that guns are in the hands of people who are trying to push, such a person needs to go and have a rethink. But if anybody among them also think that we come to an open forum like this and begin to discuss, because that's the next question I'm going to hear now. The people, they have guns. What are we going to do about guns? Then when I come to an open place where we know that state security persons are present in this meeting, and begin to discuss how gun will exchange gun. Have I answered the question?
Very well, sir. Thank you very much. We're going to get some questions from the people on the stage. I will go PTR order. My sister Corey, do you have any questions? Going to 3, 1.
Not right now.
Doctor.
Sorry, please circle back to me.
All right, Balogun. Mr. Bola. Olukotun.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tony, for coming again to address us again. But my question goes so kind of a bit to what you discussed yesterday regarding the people that are trying to, I can say the people, different group that are trying to go on separate part, the Yoruba nation, the Biafra, and you said they should, they haven't spoken to other people, and they haven't, they don't have the map. So are you saying that they should stop or they should continue? What is your stand? Like, what is your point in that perspective? Should they continue with the secession movement, or should they? That's my question, basically.
If I were to ask you, so that we can get your question clearly.
Yeah.
If I were to ask you, what are they looking for in your understanding? What do you think they are looking for? Like Yoruba, the people that want Yoruba out of Nigeria. If somebody asks me, what is Yoruba nation or Ilanomodua or any of all those groups, if somebody were to ask me now, what are they looking for? I will say they are looking for independence. I will say they are looking for self-determination. If I were to ask you, what are those people you are raising their matter now? What are they looking for? What will be your answer?
They want, like you said, is an independent state to stand on their own, to separate from.
Hold on. Yeah. They want an independent state.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I will then ask you, over which territory?
Yeah, I agree. Like you said, I said.
No. I want your own answer, because you are presenting their case now.
I'm not representing. Sorry, Mr. Tony. No, I'm not an Igbo. I'm not a Yoruba, right? So, but I'm just.
We're talking about geography that is general now.
Mr. Tony,
there must be a territory. There must be a territory over which you seek independence. It is self-determination. Do you agree with me? It is self-determination they are looking for.
Yes.
Do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Do you agree with me? It is independence. That as an independent state that they're looking for.
Yes, I do agree. But just for me to just quickly, No.
I'm coming still. I want us to be on the same page. You agree with me? Independence they're looking for. You agree with me? Self-determination they're looking for. Just that Yoruba is looking.
Yes.
Now, if somebody, if a third party, not you, not me, that is in a position to help them secure that independence today, were to call them to a meeting to say, where is the territory you want independence for? What will be your answer? What will be your response if I report to you now that they do not have any map they can present if such an invitation were to come from UN or White House today?
Yes.
Because I have sat down with them. At the time, I thought they were on the same mission as ourselves. We went out to their leaders without exception, 42 different Biafra-seeking organizations. Sat down eyeball to eyeball from Wazurike that recruited the one that formed IPOB later. All of them, we went to ask them, what do you want? What do you say you are looking for? They said they want Biafra. What is the meaning of Biafra? Where is the territory that you want independence for? Because what you are looking for is called self-determination. It's called independence. If you have a map, Yoruba can say Yoruba nation because there's only one Yoruba territory. Nobody, if you bring 50 people or 100 people and ask them to identify the Yoruba territory on a map, they don't even need to be Nigerians. They are going to find it and they will be almost accurate. There may be little marginal cases of people who fall into Kogi and Kwara or even Edo. No, but there's the Yoruba land that everybody knows as Yoruba land. So if there's such people here that Yoruba arise, or Scotland, there's no dispute that is going to arise. The case with these people, which we have invested too much energy already, and we're not prepared to invest one more ounce of energy, because we have come to a difficult conclusion that they do not want that outcome, because we put a plan on the table, said if it is independence you want, where is the map of the territory? Because if you can't answer that first question satisfactorily, if you go and bring a map, the Biafra of 1967 includes the whole of rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Delta, quite apart from the southeast states of today. So, if you say you want to restore Biafra, and you have not gone to sit down with the Ogoni, the Anan, the Efik, and all of those who constitute 2/3 of that Biafran territory of that time, as at now, 2/3 of that territory that was Biafra in 1967 now belong to people who did not agree with you in 1967. And if without going to talk to them, you sit in one corner of London and announce to the whole world that you are restoring Biafra, you're already infuriating them. They are not going to be available for any further discussion, and God save you, step into their land, they will fire you even before they fired Nigeria. Why do you start with such controversy in a straightforward matter of self-determination? Your first task is to make out a map. If it is Igbo territory you want independence for, you say it's Igbo. And in that Igbo, you have to tell us where you put Asaba and Abo. In that Igbo, you have to tell us where you put Port Harcourt, Ikwere, Wike's people, Ifayokowa's people. And so, before you begin to say you want this or want that, you have to be clear in your mind because of the rules, the territory in question. And if it involves somebody that is not of your stock, you have to go and sit down with him, because that same person is also entitled to self-determination, the same way you're entitled to it. But if you create the impression you want to come and take their land, you're already supreme leader, you're deputy, Igbo, supreme leader. And people who have a plan that can take down the Nigeria that is holding you have identified you because you were talking, and they sat down with you to say, here is, since it is this you want, can you show us the strategy of how it can come? How do you intend to get it? Because it involves lives of millions of people. We asked 8 questions, 8. And they gave us, and each of them gave us their own answers. The one you are talking about said that everybody knows where Biafra is. That was the answer you gave to me. I said, no, nobody knows where Biafra is. I don't. Because the Biafra of 1960.
Mr. Tony, your network, sir.
I think somebody muted me. Am I back now?
You're back, Mr. Tony.
So, the question there is that the moment you call it Biafra, you already make the task impossible. That is guarantee for failure. That is guarantee for the killings that will happen to you in every step you take. That is guarantee that the alliance that requires cohesion will not hold. You saw where for 7 years the broadcasts were only to denigrate the alliance that we have taken many years to put together quietly without shouting, because the enemy shouldn't know that we are trying to build an alliance. So we went quietly. There's nobody that is decision maker in Yoruba land that we didn't have to go to look for in Akure or Ife or Shogbo, wherever they are in their country homes. We went and went again and went yet again to tell them that Yoruba will not get any better under this bad arrangement until they began to listen. We went to the door repeatedly They were going repeatedly until they began to listen and hold a meeting among themselves to say, in this proposition, we'll go with you. We put a map on the table. And they saw their territories named because the UN instrument requires a certain technical qualification. The right to self-determination accrues to you only if you are a distinct people in your ancestral space. You must be Scot in Scotland. You must be Catalan in Catalonia. You must be in Ijoland. You must be Yoruba in Yoruba land. You can't come in any other way and be qualified to exercise that right or be entitled. You can't come as South. Anybody who tells you he wants independence as South is illiterate, ignorant, and dishonest because we have gone to them without exception. Call their names, I will tell you when we went to them, and we can give you videos for where they are present, where these things have been discussed. They are criminals. If you say you want independence as Southeast, is Southeast to be called, yes, they are all Igbo, but it is Igbo that will be found in the directory. It is Ogoni that will be found in the directory. So if we organize, if we found a map like we did, that had the names of those people on the map that predated Nigeria, and we went to them for years, 6 years, that was all we were doing, before we made the first announcement that we were going to attempt to do this together. We didn't fix anything. We said we're going to develop a charter of relationships. As I speak with you, that charter has not been brought to the public. The committee set up to do it, headed by an German since 2015, had been working quietly. There's a draft on the table that's been taken around. You saw Obaseki, you saw John Pedro Obaseki that was disowning the Biafra of a supreme leader, the Biafra of Igbo Biafra, all over the world. You saw him in our event on August 17th because he has seen the Midwest, the 100% of the territory, called their name in the map, and he is privy to the charter of relationship in which the Edo is on the table, Urubu on the table, Ogoni on the table, Igwere on the table, Anang on the table. Everybody with their land clearly marked out. Discussing, gentlemen, the world will not grant us 300 countries. All of us can organize ourselves here and be sure that the big, the small, have all the things Nigeria denied all of us. We can give it to ourselves now, except we want to cheat again. These were the things we had done before we began to go around to inform those who are looking for, who say they are looking for independence, who say they are looking for self-determination, to say, if it is self-determination you want, we have two transactions. How do we take down the constitution, but the monster that is holding us against our will? How then do we take back the space without degenerating into war amongst ourselves? We must discuss and agree before we begin to say to the hearing of that person whose land may be included. That was those 8 points. Map is one item. Second item is the discussion you have with the people who fall into that map area. The third item is, what is your strategy for taking down the constitution that empowered the to do what it's doing? 82 division is in Igbo land because of that constitution. Police in your community, DSS in your community, they call you. What is your strategy? What is your strategy? They didn't even understand that constitution was the problem. They were mocked. They say, constitution, you are still discussing constitution of Nigeria. It's Biafra we want. Who are you telling you want Biafra when there's work to be done to dismantle the cage? Are we the only ones in that cage?
Yes. So,
can you dismantle it alone?
Mr.
What discussion have you had with other people who also seek that independence? That's
very well said, sir. Because we have a lot of people on the stage that have got questions for you. Please, if you can limit the answering of questions to 5 to 10 minutes. That would really be appreciated, sir. Musa forget.
But were you who asked? I want the person who asked that question to answer me back. Whether he now understands that there is a reason for asking them not to. Once you put that word Biafra, you can no longer put a map to it, and that would delay everything we are doing and cost people life the way we see it now. That is why we told them. But some of them went round and created false.
Let us
they told our people that we are looking for something inferior to independence. They say we want amendment of constitution. They say we are working for the enemy. They say we that all kinds of nonsense, and people believe them.
That's okay. That's okay. Doctor, can you please answer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tony. But now that I'm trying to, you do answer this kind of question. Yes, but my question is kind of directly, like, are you saying like they should stop their like agitate, like their secessionist activity?
Self-determination.
Self-determination. Are you saying they should stop it, or is there a way like Ninas and this group can work together? Actually, that was where my question was going to, but you didn't allow me to land. So, like in this self-determination group, are you saying that they should stop doing that space for them on board?
All right, thank you, Doctor. Mr. Tony, can you please help us to clarify that in a minute, and we can go ahead?
We went to each and every one of those groups, sat down with them, placed a plan on the table, invited them to come in with whatever they can bring, since it is that same outcome we want. If you have radio, bring radio. If you have diplomatic leg, bring that leg. If you have community mobilization capacity, bring that inside that one plan of trying to secure independence for that territory. They toned down all those things and went doing the exact opposite of what needed to be done. If they want that outcome today, they only need to go back to working with a plan that can deliver that independence. They come from that area. They have lied to people deliberately against us who were doing the work. At the time they knew we would not answer them because we were in Nigeria. The system would have been mad if 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they realized that what we were doing was to terminate the life of that union. But we confided in them to say, this is what we are doing, but we have to call it Movement for New Nigeria. Somebody you confided in will go and now tell third parties that yes, it is how to fix Nigeria that is looking for. It's how to amend constitution that is looking for. If they don't want to come out from that falsehood and tell the people they were deceiving, because as I speak with you, Simon Ekpa is still broadcasting every day that we were doing something else. It was a
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Can you see now that the Yoruba people are the one asking me these questions because they believe that there's something that needs to be done to bring them on board.
Yes, but this is a question that could go
Dr. is not Yoruba.
They built, well, I didn't know his name, sorry. I'm telling you that it is in this forum that we have been asked this question. If we are asked the question, we will answer them. They built on falsehood they manufactured clear-mindedly. They said to people who have followed them that they are going to deliver Biafra to them. They know in their heart of hearts that there's no Biafra that can come from what they are doing because we show them how it will not happen. They have no plan of how to do it. If they want to join the task force,
I don't know who muted Mr. Tony, but Mr. Tony, with all due respect, we're going to not proceed with that question because I know what you're trying to say. We are going to everyone as the Southern Alliance. When we get where we are going, we we can call ourselves whatever name.
No, that is Somalia you are prescribing now.
Okay, I'm trying to stop this question from going where it shouldn't go.
All right. Yeah.
Let's
Thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, let's just focus on the constitution, the fraud that Nigeria is preaching to us, and how we can get the heck out of this country. Excuse my French. So, I think we understand where you're going. We just don't want to, because no one is here to defend the case. We don't want to go that direction, and we want to focus on the topic of the conversation today. So, I'm going to let that question rest and move to the next person. Before that, this is Yoruba Nation. We ask you guys to follow the room. This is where we have interesting conversations like this. We want to hear from you. So by following the room, you are able to raise up your hand and we can bring you on stage. And Otumba, I don't know who the next person is.
Can I speak, Otumba?
Please wait. We're going PTR order. Doctor just asked this question, and we're going to go to Musa for Gate. And if Musa is not there, Lisa B.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Okay, good evening, Doctor. Mr. Tony. Yeah. We know that Nina's gave Nigeria is a one joining days and other stuff, and Nigeria didn't reply. So, I want to know what step Nina's is taking after that. And my second question is that the other day when you left, some question was coming up like.
Could you speak up a little more? Just speak up so more people will hear you. We're struggling to hear you.
Okay, my first question was that Ninas gave Nigeria, I think, 120 days, right? And we all know that Nigeria didn't respond. So, what is the next action after that? And when you left the other day, some question came up was that, is it that you're asking us to join political parties for us to actually infuriate those parties, not to let them start election, or you want us, I don't even know, like, is it that we should join the political parties and stop them, or what do you want us to do, like the next line of action?
You see, this is the reason I was saying that those who will ask questions should do the least thing of reading exactly what we, because it's in writing and it's been lying there going to 1 year now. Anybody who will ask questions should at least read what we propose so that they don't ask us questions on things we didn't suggest at all. We came out, we gave 90 days notice to say we won't do anything in the first 90 days at all. Federal government, all the sections of country are aggrieved. This is what they say they want. You have 90 days to respond to it before they begin to do things by themselves, because we said we were going to reconsider our allegiance to that constitution. That is, if you want to put it differently, it could mean everything all the way to our membership of the union. Reconsidering allegiance to constitution is reconsidering membership of unions. But before it becomes rowdy and unilateral, we can go into a process in this manner and that manner. That is the 5-point demand. Get into transition to retain those in government house for now so that we can go and do that business this way. If people vote in referendum, they will decide whether they are staying or they are leaving, because it is their right. Inalienable. It doesn't depend on whether you agree with them or they don't, or you don't. Otherwise, if you don't come, they are going to get on it anyway, until the point where it is done for them. Referendum to decide. UN has been informed. Things are going to be made to happen. But before it becomes rowdy, we give you 90 days to come forward. Let us begin to discuss what to do. We told them what must happen. They didn't come. Rather, they rushed to National Assembly to try to get amendments. Of course, it didn't take anything for us to tell everybody that National Assembly's legislative mandate does not extend to constitution making. It collapsed. Have you ever heard about amendments and then? But that step they took in going to try to address those grievances we raised, grave constitutional grievances we call them, via the National Assembly. He became dead on arrival just because we told everybody that, including them, that that our sovereignty is not with them for them to go and start discussing constitution because they went to National Assembly. Then we looked around and said, well, since the federal government hasn't come, the governors, our demands were addressed to the federal government, but the governors are going to suffer from whatever we do in reconsidering our allegiance to constitution, to union. Therefore, we gave the governors 30 days to come forward. Forget about the federal government; they don't exist. The land is in your jurisdiction, in your care. Let us put heads together to think of how to take our people to safety. In those 30 days, instead of coming to us like we invited them to join in the rescue mission, they went to Asaba and said they were going to ban open grazing. And then we began to ask them, where will you get the gun to enforce that? But they've moved away from where they used to be in going to say they will ban open grazing. So they are still hanging in that middle. I can report to us that some of them, there have been some further discussion on that, what will happen. But we moved away from that after the 30 days to now going to invite the populace. Say, federal government hasn't come up. The state governors are still playing in between. You are the ones who will be killed. Come, let us see what we do to begin to take steps that will secure us. Because the constitution that stood our way is already out of the way. If we don't step into the vacuum that has been created now, if we don't step into the possibilities that are now staring us in the face, bandits or terrorists or any group of people or local warlords can emerge and step into that space. That was what we gave 120 days for. And the international community in that same 120 days to make sure they are fully informed before we go. There is an action we advertised we were going to take in that constitutional force majeure. And that is why I say anybody who will ask questions, if anybody who hasn't read that document, if you ask your question, I will know you have not. And if you have not, and you are coming to ask questions that should have been answered by you have to examine the proposition so that you can know whether it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. 95% of all the questions that have been asked since these clubhouses began are coming from people who have not read that document. And if anybody knew what it took to put it all together, take round the 127 signatories, we went to every one of them with the draft, all those signatories you saw. And each of them, before they signed, consulted with their own people, because there's the head of Ohanese, the head of Bandit, the head of Binobe, all of them, leaders of all the separate nations, all the ethnic blocks in one form or the other. It took almost 2 years of going house to house to get them to see what the proposition to save them from death is. Eventually, they all put down their names and we came public with it. And the international community began to look at Nigeria from that point of view of union dispute. Were we not there when China began to cancel loan? Because we told them that loans being given to anybody coming as federal government of Nigeria now will become controversy. Were we not there when the US began to cancel orders for attack helicopters and general weapons purchase? Because we told them these people are using it to terrorize the rest of us in the alliance territory. The Tucano jets they supplied them the other time, you saw when they came out to say it should not be found in our skies. These things are happening, but our people are carrying on as if we just wrote something and put on the internet. Physical meetings are happening across the length and breadth of this land, in high places of decision making in the US and elsewhere. And so, please, go and look at what we said in writing. We are not scratching our head. We have a clear pathway. There are even drawings. Domino 1 and 2 was where we explained to those who have the capacity to understand that if we press the rejection of election, and election begin to collapse because we have rejected the constitution, the union will go down with it. Anybody who is talking about Nina's plan, who has not looked at even our most basic documents that are in public space, but foreign diplomats, foreign countries, governments of foreign countries are reading it and making public pronouncement on it. The people in the problem are not reading it, but they want to come and ask questions based on conjecture. I can get it. We made a proposition. We have a roadmap. It's in writing. Everything is spelled out, step by step. We're inviting you to that, process. You are interested in the outcome, but you don't want to look at the process to know where we are, so that you can ask, why haven't we gotten to the next one? What is my role in it? Because we spelled it all out. Is it too much to ask the people who have been approached by people who are coming to kill them, if that is all they need to do to get safe, to get away from a union of death that has lasted over 100 years?
All right, thank you so much. Vilo, are you there? Omoba, Dominic, Mr. Dominic, are you there? Olashupo, FBI. No, you're not. Sorry, guys. I'm going to leave people to the audience.
October, I was here.
Sorry, who's that?
Orisha.
Yes, sorry, we'll get to you. Omoba, please go ahead.
Okay. I've listened so carefully. Mr. Tony, I want to first thank you. This is not the first time I'm listening to you. Okay, and I want to appreciate all that you are putting into this. My own concern, just like the great book said, that we wrestle not against flesh, but against principalities and powers, these rulers of life. You have identified for us, you have helped us to understand where our people the foundation upon which this country is built is very important. And that which was orchestrated by the British is what we are suffering.
Can you please go to the questions, please? Because
my question is, how do we limit the influence of our former colonial masters, the British, vis-a-vis our current resolution to shut down this 1999 constitution? How do we take off the influence? Because we cannot fight just within, we also need to how to limit the forces without interfering with what we need. That's my
Alright, thank you so much. Mr. Tony, please help us to keep it straight to the point, sir. Thank you so much.
We already identified the British as the problem. The Fulani and the Caliphate, just their local agents. And therefore, in crafting this plan, we saw what they did in 1966-67, dragged us into a war, executed that war by themselves, renting Egyptian pilots, bringing in Russian jet fighters, using the oil of the East to settle the other members of the Security Council. It was the British that levied that war against the East, not these semi-literate fellows who still have not got some certificate to this date. And therefore, we had to go to that place of gathering. We looked at the United Nations Security Council, because anything that will happen, you must find somebody who will stand with you. We looked at all our options. who is it that has sufficient stake, sufficient interest in our space to warrant some kind of engagement that will lead to inviting them to be with us as against the Britain that will be against us. God was kind enough to us and has remained kind. We found something that translated into national security question for the United States when the terror networks began to converge in Nigeria. You saw in 2014 when ISIS joined forces with Boko Haram to become ISWAP. You saw Buhari's involvement with Boko Haram, for which they nominated him to come to represent them in Saudi Arabia when Jonathan was president. And then Mieti Allah, which is Grand Patron, and Fulani herdsmen that emerged 2 weeks after Buhari was sworn in 2015. And so we went and sat down with the US and told them that we have the enemy they were fighting in the Middle East in our backyard, invited by our president, and that if the US does not come immediately to stop them from taking over the sovereign space of Nigeria in the joint venture with the Fulani that also want to create a homeland for the roaming Fulani of Africa, that America will pay in blood. So it became a national security. They have their own intelligence. They knew that that was coming, but they now saw proof of what they were suspecting in very, very clearly, and they saw the involvement of those who were inviting them. They saw the motive of the joint venture between the ISIS and the Fulani. They also saw how it could injure them in terms of blood that would flow, American blood. And so it became their own responsibility from that point on, national security responsibility, to turn around and begin to push back their allies, including Britain. All these years, have you ever had an American president fall out openly with a British prime minister? But it was this discussion of compromising the US national security that prompted Trump to publicly address Theresa May the way he did. And that was what consumed her tenure. And then the man that came after had to realize that this is US national security toes they are stepping upon. And the US did not, the US created a 67-country alliance if they have to bypass the UN to get to that target and get it out of the way. So our answer to Britain was to go to the place where they would have been going to lobby and secure support for their mischief and wickedness. We got their principal ally to ask them to dress back. That is what has happened. From that point on, British government officials, particularly the foreign minister, what do they call the foreign office and the high commissioner, Catriona Liang, we've been through running battles with a number of their high commissioners here, Mr. Pocock and the other Don fellow, what's his name again? I forgot. That came after Pocock. Now we have Catriona Liang. The Britain that ruled the seas in the 50s and 60s does not have one carrier it can put to sea today. That global naval power cannot put one carrier to sea today. And so, Britain does not have the capacity. They are only now coming to try to deceive people in small corners. Catriona Liang went to Ijoland, went to Ogoniland, trying to get them to pull away from this alliance. And those people told her to her face that they were fed up in this alliance that will exclude their neighbor and go to sit with Sokoto over the head of the Igbo. That they were fed up with the union. Did we not see it in public space when it came to the public? That they just told the British High Commissioner that they were fed up with the Union of Nigeria when she came to whisper to them to pull away from the Igbo. There's nothing Britain can do about this matter. There's nothing they can do in terms of, there's nothing we need to try to do to persuade them. There's a national security question for the US and its allies. And that was why the US itself created this 7-country alliance that would make sure that ISIS and Al-Qaeda do not, take over the entire space. You saw the American, ambassador the other day talking about when Afghanistan happened. Go back to what she said. When people began to fear that it might happen here, she says, no, we have our handle on this. That handle they have was the proposition we made to them, because they eventually asked us after we made our presentations in 2019, what do you want the US to do? Because we said we had a proposition that would solve the problem. And we began to tell them about what we're doing locally. Since their new policy thrust is that they won't send boats to the ground in foreign places, we showed them the local initiative that had created an alliance that will reject and take down that constitution to end the union that brings us together with those people who are bringing ISIS into our space. It made a lot of sense to them, and they began to craft their policy engagement with Nigeria around that proposition. That was how that listing of Nigeria on the special watch list came. That was how categorization of Nigeria as a country of particular concern came. That was how that executive order that had a timeline before the elections came in November came. And so you can imagine how upsetting and infuriating it is to have people, as all these things were being done quietly, very quietly. People were busy making Photoshop, using videos and pictures of important meetings that we were undertaking quietly to go to make Photoshop and make claims.
Thank you, Mr. Tony, for that answer.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks, my sister Adedoyin. So, right now, let's ask 2 or 3 questions at the same time, so that we can, because we have quite a number of people that have got questions for you, and we would also want perspectives from my brother Rotimi and Mr. Johnny as well, who are also working with Ninas. Mr. Lupin and FBI. So, Lupin, can you please go first in a minute? After Lupin, then FBI.
Please, are we talking later? Please,
all right, thanks, brother. Thanks. FBI.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tony. I just want to ask you a question. Now, based on the fact that we know our people, they've been in this, they've weaponized poverty against these people. Now, let's say, for example, I was sure that even when we decide to stay at home, there are some people who will not go there and like people who enjoy go and.
Your question is already wrong. We didn't ask anything. We are not talking about boycott. That's part of the confusion that was deliberately introduced in search of profit. We are not discussing boycott. Boycott is a totally different transaction. Don't vote on election day.
I am not talking about.
We are talking about shutdown, not sit back at home. We need to go out and tell the political parties, look, you can't continue to prepare for elections until you show us a better constitution than the one we rejected. We've rejected it, so it's not even for you to come and start debating with us. Did you hear Paul Adebayo say so on stage? Did you hear Paul Adebayo say that the political parties, the politicians, should stay away from this discussion and say with us? Did you hear him say so?
I heard that, but if you check now, you will see a lot of people, they are bringing this over trucks down to southwest, down to southeast. So I'm just asking, what if there's, Nigeria, I'm not saying I don't understand what you're talking about. What if these people impose people to just come and determine, like, to just come and vote, just to show to you what the people voted, and they are.
You are still discussing the election that will happen in 2023. If all of us 150 million people who have an opportunity to stop the political parties from dragging us to election in 2023, if we have to fight with them, we fight with them. It's a cheaper fight than waiting for when AK-47 come to our space, because that is what we'll get if we refuse to fight them. Why are we not fighting them now? To say political parties, no, you have no other business than to go to election.
constitution by which your winner will govern. Please, close shop.
Okay.
If we can raise that campaign now, then we abundantly deserve whatever we get, including the shooting that will come from Fulani. We're not talking about voting day in 2023. We have the balance of this year, the whole of 2022. We don't need more than 3 months of serious, if those who have to act, stop arguing and go and look at the plan and see whether it makes sense before they begin to argue. We'll be out of this whole thing in 6 months.
All right.
But two parties will know that they will not be able to go to election since the owners of the land are saying, you can't take us to election. Let that be the basis of the fight.
All right.
That should happen inside 2021. You are asking engaged people in Trump to go and vote because you are thinking of allowing them to go and start the process. They are still starting the process now. We want to start a fight with them to say, political party, look, this is not now matter of Fulani or soldier. You are the one leading us to death in wanting to go to election. We won't let you in this neighborhood. It's happening in Ife. It's happening in Ibadan. It's happening in Port Harcourt. It's happening in Abakaliki. Because people now realize that the political parties are the Judas goat taking us to slaughter because they want to go to get more profit. That is what we're asking people to do. And if 150 million people cannot stand, that if we don't find enough people to even say it, we've not asked them to go and start meeting them up. Say it loud and clear. If we can't say it, then we should shut up and get killed. We should shut up and go into enslavement. And stop complaining.
Sorry, can I just say something? Just one thing. Thank you very much. I just wanted you to clarify that statement because I was having this conversation with someone this morning and the person in this room right now. That was why I was asking that question.
That's okay, brother. That's okay. Thank you. So we're going to get perspectives from Mr. Rotimi and Mr. Johnny, who are also working with our brother Tony Nnandi. Smokey and Indeed, please ask your questions, and we're going to get Mr. Rotimi and Johnny answer those. Smokey.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. Good evening, good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. My question is simple. Now, if you go on the timeline of the Winners Movement, your 30 days, whatever you gave to the state government, expired on the 16th of April, which then moved you into activation of the people power. Now, the activation of the people power was 120 days, if I'm right. And that subsided on the 15th of August. So my question is this. We on Clubhouse, when we came on Clubhouse, we had conversations before we even thought of inviting. We've been having, how do I put it, arguments as to what is the best approach or what is the best plan on how to get Nigeria back on track. Now my question to you is this. Your people power subsided in August. Now, let's just say, for the sake of arguments, that we on Clubhouse the direction is at the moment, which I don't feel it is. What is your advice to us, or how do we help you to achieve what you want to achieve? What is your next step of action that people on Clubhouse can key into and begin to help you to achieve? If it's dragging people to come and sign up and register in dinners, if it's beginning to tweet to bring down the constitution, what singular thing would you say, okay, yesterday you have 300 people in the room and the thing went out to about 1,000 people. Now you are getting an audience. So now I feel like you should give us a clear message just to say, okay, this is where we are and this is what we want to do. And for us to do this, everybody has to start doing this. So point us in the direction and give us our marching orders.
Alright, thank you, Smokey. My sister, Indeed.
Okay, yeah, sure. So, thanks, Mr. Tony. So, I believe you said that the basis of us attempting or having the right to ask for repudiation of this constitution is based on being owners of the land as the indigenous people. And I wanted to know if you were basing that on the line in the constitution that says we the people. Because we both know that, as you described this constitution as being a contract, which is similar to a business kind of generating a legal document, and then the articles are the how-to of how the business will function. Practically speaking, we all know that this is an entity that was acquired by the British conquest, and that they aligned the administrative powers to the Fulani and things like that. So I just wanted to know, is you saying that we are the owners of the people? Are you basing that on the line in the Constitution that says we the people, where essentially this document is inadvertently, possibly, actually saying that we are the rightful owners?
All right, thank you so much.
Let me take this very quickly. I still have in mind the earlier one. We are rejecting the document as a fraud. We did not make it, and therefore it's a scam, and a defiance of our right to our sovereignty. We, the people that they try to present as the ones who authored that constitution, they are trying to appropriate our sovereignty by fraud. Our ownership of the land is dependent on the fact that we are indigenous to that space. The whole world knows that there's a Yoruba land in somewhere in West Africa, and so the Yoruba people have their sovereignty in that space before the British came to lock them down with other people. That right was only suppressed by the suzerainty of Britain. In the period the colonial venture was taking place, our sovereignties remained with us. Ijo sovereignty, Yoruba sovereignty, Igbo sovereignty. But there was a supervening power, colonial power, that became the suzerainty over suppressing that sovereignty. Our sovereignty is inalienable. Our right to own and control that space is what is called the right to self-determination. That is, to decide what we do with that land God put us on. And it is not dependent on any neighbor or any country that imposed itself on us, agreeing with us. It was the sovereignty of the peoples, the various peoples that were coupled together into Soviet Union. It was their sovereignty that eventually prevailed, because there was a supervening suzerainty called Union of Socialist Soviet Republics, USSR. So our sovereignty is with us. The attempt to credit the authorship of that constitution to us, that now pretended that it is we that wrote it, is what we have challenged successfully. To say that we, the owners, that is how we stepped out as Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance. We, the owners of the place, do not understand how anybody could call us Nigeria on the basis of this false claim. So, our right to own our land and decide whether we federate or we don't federate is inalienable. It is beyond what Nigeria wants or what Fulani does not want. It is entirely up to us. That is why this is inalienable. Nobody can trade it away until we trade it away, except we surrender to be conquered by a small stranger minority, because we are not acting together to stop them using the formula we have now. That is the answer to that one.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Johnny, do you have anything else you'd like to add to that?
Why not I take the first question so that Johnny can come now? The first question that says, what are we asking you to?
we're asking the people we get to meet in clubhouse, and these meetings will expand in the coming days. Ninas is still going to have a bigger clubhouse in which we'll be inviting all of those who want to now know what else to begin to do. Day by day, until this matter is done, what we activated in December of last year, that force majeure, is an action that will continue until it delivers its desired result, taking down that constitution and returning the sovereignty of everybody to them. It can take 6 months if we started thinking critically. If we began to do this thing we're doing now in January, after that December, by February we'll have gone to. It's not as if nothing has happened. We have gotten the federal government into a corner. They can't recover. National Assembly is out. If no other thing, that one has been achieved. National Assembly now knows they don't own our sovereignty, and the amendment will not wash. Second, the state governors now realize that the Nigeria that is dragging us around, the constitution that empowered them, has been repudiated, and they must stand with us, otherwise the people will take on them. That's an achievement from that force majeure. The peoples of Nigeria who didn't know where the problem was coming from now realize that it is constitution. And you saw the Yoruba on the street in their 6 state capitals. Whatever is happening in the east, and this is people are saying, look, we don't want. They may not be able to explain it the way we're explaining it, but the world is here. You saw the international community coming out to say that they can't sell weapons to Nigeria again. That's US. Cancelling Chinese loan that had been taken flagrantly again because we are engaging. So the force majeure has started yielding the kind of results, and if more people get serious, what we're asking people to do now is to obtain information, obtain knowledge, and use their skills, use their contacts to spread that knowledge and information into this population of 150 million people who do not know what the source of their misery is. If our people who have the capacity to read and write, to understand, and to apply the skills to spread it, take it down to the grassroots, that's what we're inviting the people in global to do, to interrogate what we have on the table by reading it, by reviewing the videos, accompanying them, so that they can understand it enough to engage that critical mass of people that will make it happen. I hope that is sufficiently clear.
Right, thank you so much. Mr. Johnny, do you have any perspectives that you'd like to add to the conversation?
Yes, thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone here. I want to thank you for my finger. I hope somebody recorded this session because this is one of the most effective things we can do is share it with others. Let people hear what happened in my
Mr. Johnny, your volume is low. Can you speak up a bit?
Oh, my volume is low? Okay. So, I'm hoping that everyone can you hear me better now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, good. Yes, I thank you very much, Tony, and I wish that someone recorded this session because one of the most effective things we can do is spreading this message for people to listen to this session from the horse's mouth. Let the audio travel far and wide and make it your project to make sure that people know what you have done here today. I can testify that there is not a single thing Tony has said here today that is not 100% accurate. I was a witness to the event in Washington in 2019. Tony, I'm sure you recall when Tony spoke at the National Press Club in Washington, January 17th. Frank Gatlin, the former defense secretary of the United States, was there. Frank Wolf, former congressman, who was the architect of the U.S. Presidential Freedom Act. They were there. 2 years later, Tony was on national television in the United States speaking at interviewed by Frank Gatlin for an hour show that it was hundreds of many radio stations across the United States.
226 radio stations
broadcasting. And Tony was there. Americans got to hear firsthand what is happening in our community. And they were calling their conference people, what are you doing? And those things led to the event in Washington, the ministerial roundtables of individual states in the House of Representatives in June 11th in the Senate, July 16th at the State Department. These were big deals. These were on national television here in the United States. So these are not things that were done secretly. When Washington heard what was happening in our space and started paying attention, the menace of the full detachment, where they were going to villages at breakneck speed, killing people, taking over their villages, that meant it stopped with it. At that moment in 2019, for those of you who paid attention, the event in Washington it had what this team told them at the highest level. It things began to happen here. So everything that the team said here, these are not things that are being created. These are things that actually happen for your benefit. And what you did not mention yesterday is that after the visit in Washington, the event in Washington, the next month, at the behest of the United States, the United Nations sent Agnes Calama, the special rapporteur to reduce killings, to Nigeria to investigate what is going on in that space. She came here after a very thorough investigation. She released a report which is online, which you can see from the UN website, where she indicted the Nigerian 1999 constitution as a pressure cooker for justice. That is from the report of Agnes Calama. And then you hear all these things and all the things that have been done locally as well as internationally. And you should ask yourself at this point, when am I going to self-activate? Because what I'm asking of you right now is to self-activate. Because I've had a few questions where Tony is can you hear me better now? Somebody texted me to remove my earpiece and speak directly. Okay. So I've had times when Tony has been asked to, when it's been referred to as you, what are you going to, when are you going to, and the person that is asking the question is in the mess. So I want that question to now become, when are we, and the question somebody asked and saying, what do you need us to do now? I love that question. What do you need us to do right now? I'm suggesting we have a session that is dedicated to that force majeure, where we come in and take it line by line. Tony Nnandi does not need to be in that session, to make sure that when we are done, everybody understands it and what it says. And then we go through that process of self-activation, because it is your protest now when you start activating all your areas of influence, and you're telling people about what you have learned now, and that the solution that we seek is right here in our, right here for the taking, for us to execute, and start spreading it, and start putting your name out there. Putting the information out there. Use every avenue, every channel that you have to make sure that everybody hears about it. Write a letter, publish something telling them that your organization is signing up to support the constitutional force majeure. Put your name there and say, we are in support of this document. And that's why actually I'm hoping that we will have that session where everybody fully understands what is in it. And those are the things that we can do right now. Self-activation is necessary at this point. And we can, if we make the mistake and go into another election, this then is finished. What it tells the international community is that these people are either stupid, dumb, or they are just, to borrow a phrase from Wole Soyinka in his book, he said, prenatally injected with hormones of subservience. Meaning that somehow you were injected with hormones of inferiority and subservience before you were born. Because Americans whom I live with will not take this nonsense that you are taking in Nigeria. They will not take it.
Americans will not allow a minority population. The British will look at you and go, the rest of the world will look at you and go, man, there's more of you than these people, and you are allowing them to do this to you. Even the list that you can do, you cannot do. Even the solution presented to you, you cannot execute. Maybe this is your lot in life. I'm telling you how human beings reason. They will just forget you to your problem. Maybe this is your lot in life, and then they will just try to negotiate with the Fulani, because you've now made them the lords of the land, not because of anything that they have done, but because of your inactivity. So this is not something to be taken lightly. I'm calling you today to, Ninas is calling you today to activate, self-activate. And moderator, I'm going to hand over back to you. I'm going to ask you to see if you can put that session together where we talk about the force majeure to make sure that the constitutional dispute, let me just call it that, so that everybody understands what it is. We go from line to line through the entire pages of that document.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we're going to go to my brother, Lupin.
Thank you very much, Otumba, for the opportunity. I've not really had time to speak. I've been a bit busy. Mr. Nnandi, thank you for coming here once again. We are fortunate to have the ESC that you come, and it's good to see you back again today, sir. So I have a very important question to ask. I'm aware that you are the opinion, you're fine that the constitution should be dissolved and organized. And I share the same sentiments with you. I also agree, I'm a lawyer, and I also agree that the constitution should be dissolved, as the constitution is filled with flaws and a lot of lacunas, and I share with you in that aspect. But I have an important question to ask. Maybe you've already said it, and I didn't hear you say it, but I would appreciate if you can share with me, or rather share with us, and tell us what do you think, what measures should be applied to the focal point of this constitution, solving of the constitution, what measures should be applied to solving this flawed constitution, and what measures do you think that should be applied to prevent the prerequisites, and what should be done to dissolve this constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 constitution was amended. So I'd love to hear from you, sir. I'd love to hear what measures you think should be applied and how it should be done. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lupin. Olofamujo, are you there? Olofamujo. Okay, Mr. Dayo, we would like to take 2 questions, 3 at a time, so that it's easier for everyone on stage. Mr. Dayo, are you there? Mr. Dayo. Mr. Yobi, are you there? Yeah. Okay. Photo master. Olori.
Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity. Mr. Tony, Nnandi, I just want to appreciate you for all that you've been doing. And also appreciate everybody that's been speaking on and off. I just have just one point. Somebody has touched on it. I want to find out, you have the roadmap to how we can get this done. And you need the critical mass of the 150 million people to do this. When are you going to give us that command center that we can all, start working from, so that we can keep doing the awareness and the mass mobilization that you need to get this done? Because it's about all of us. It's not just only about organizations. I am invested in this. Like somebody just said now, that we need to trigger our self-act. We need to rise up individually to make sure that everybody is at this table, that we all have a sitting place at the table, because we all have a stake in this. It's about our lives, and it's about our existential living. So when are we going to have that done? Because there's no point in us, going back and forth, pointing fingers, to this person didn't allow this to happen, that person is not, coming into their coalition, this person is not allowed this to be done. We need you to do it because you know what the roadmap is. So give us the roadmap in terms of what needs to be done. Give us our marching orders. You do this. You do this. This group of people do this. Let everybody come to the table. And I think you're the only one that can do it because you saw the vision. You know the solution. The rest of us, we are just grabbing straws right now. But you've done this. Right. You know what you want to get done. So let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister. Mr. Rotimi, can you please answer those two questions? Because I know that Mr. Tony already spoke in that slide. Mr. Rotimi, can you go ahead and please answer those questions? Please unmute your mic. Please unmute your mic, Mr. Rotimi. Okay, Mr. Rotimi is not there. Let's take one more question and maybe Mr. Tony can answer. Johnny, if you are there, Johnny.
Can I add something?
Please go ahead, John.
That's voice. That's voice.org. There is a page there for volunteer. I would like you to go into that page and put in your information as soon as you finish this meeting today. Go in there. That way we can know who you are, and then we can contact you, and we can take it from there. We'll open that communication to where it will help us better coordinate. Just do the volunteer part. Just fill out the volunteer form, your information, your email, your phone number. Let's start with that, at least so that there's communication. Somebody from the Inner Secretariat will reach out to you personally. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnny. My brother, Gigi.
Okay, I just want to ask Tony Nnandi, greetings, Tony, on this side. There's a question I threw at you at Rubicon, but I can't get some other things, so I left it on house. I didn't know if you answered it, but I would like to repeat myself.
I think the answer, yes. So we'll talk about it.
Okay, let me go to the fresh one. Let me go to the fresh one. Okay, I want to see if actually we are going to because this whole thing is going to end in one thing. We are going to hit the streets like it was done in Tunisia and other country for this total shutdown of constitution, for we to have a new constitution for the federation. But Mr. Nnandi, have you done a very great awareness to the grassroots? When I mean grassroots, not we in this club house, like people that don't have opportunity to be in this club house, to understand this movement before the whole thing started, or before the whole thing was started. And if we hit the streets and the government of these Fulanis started shooting the people, are you truly, honestly, in your heart ready for armed struggle? Because we are not going to take what happened at NSAS in Lekki when people were shot by unknown soldiers till now. There's no justice for those.
Thank you very much, Gigi. Very similar question to what was asked yesterday. And I think a large part of the submission has been actually covered. One thing that we've verified over and over again in all the submissions is that the conversation for armed struggle is not one for Clubhouse, neither is the one that we are considering. Actually, the plan is to activate people power and to unite the alliance territories in such a way that we are almost all speaking together with one voice, and then we isolate the Sharia territory out of the question such that they cannot wage war on all the territories simultaneously. And it's not about the elections, all that has been in previous submissions. So I would like us to skip that particular question and just take other submissions so that we can move the queue very quickly because the time is well past spent. Thank you very much.
Alright, thank you so much, my brother.
Let me come in briefly. There was this important suggestion of a command
post, the starting point toward that command post is you can imagine that in the last few months, particularly the last few weeks, we've spent 90% of our energies, arguing with people who come to, they've not presented any other plan. They've not looked at the plan we have. And this goes back to what Johnny suggested, that we could bring all the clubhouses to at least understand, which was why I was coming at it from another angle of asking individuals to read through what our proposition is. Like this last speaker talking about Tunisia and how to go to our struggle, when he has not examined what exactly we say need to be done. He's already thinking we're not asking for any new constitution to be written. We say let us take down what was there. Let us go to transition, during which people will go to referendum to decide two questions: whether they want to be union, and if yes, on what terms. That's where constitution will now come in that order. Some people just frame it in their mind to say we are asking for new constitution. That is not the campaign of leaders. We're saying we've not made any constitution. Let us go and agree by referendum. Let Yoruba decide whether they want to remain in union, because the document that holds us together now is a forgery, and it's been repudiated across board. The other people seceded from it, so there's nobody really. Everybody is just pretending that there's a union. We want to end that pretense and go into a transition to formally process what will happen. And what we're asking people to do now starts with those who, if we make a command post and begin to issue instruction to people who have not understood what we're inviting them to do, that construction site will be a chaotic construction site, and it will be full of accidents. And so I align fully with what John is suggesting, that we can convene special clubhouse to just get through. And usually, I remember that recently I was seeing somebody broke that constitutional force majeure document into 8 parts in the way she just cut it, and even myself reading through each of those 8, I saw, something that could be the formula for presenting it, because we could now put titles. Where are we coming from? How did we get into the pit? How do we intend to climb out of it? What has been done already, that climbing out? Where is it right now? And what are we asking to be done? That could actually be confidently put as headings to those data. So if there is a special session for the sole purpose of reading through, we've been here 2 hours, 3 hours. Yesterday we were there more than 3 hours. As people will come in, it won't take more than 30 minutes or so to read through that, and if there will be, little stuff for 2 minutes to say this is what this part covers, so that by the time we come to the prescription, all of those who listen through it, 90% of the questions being asked now will disappear, just because they listened through it. And then when we aggregate all of those who now accept that, there's no point going about shouting, give me your nation, or give me Biafra nation, that we have work to do to work our way from where we are now to the destination we seek through referendum, in which we will not be killed halfway. It is that critical mass of people who have embraced that proposition that you can now put a command post to say, you know this, you know that, because the task will now be flowing from that, working document. But if you have a situation where people have not looked at it, they think you must bring people who are actually doing the opposite of what needs to be done, pouring water into our gunpowder, and the argument goes on and on, suggestions of, think some say, oh, where do we find National Assembly to agree with us? Some say, oh, how do we, aggregate and win? All kinds of suggestions that don't fit into the proposition. So I would think that the first order of it, even if it takes us 2-3 sessions of getting those who come to first understand what is being proposed, so that they can go to the task of how to do, if they believe it, enough of them, they become the critical mass, the first core of inviting other people, because they will not be speaking with knowledge. They can say for sure, this is what the problem is, this is what is being done to solve it, this is your role in it. You have, instead of one person, because it's in writing. And imagine if what we did yesterday was recorded and somebody sets up a clubhouse meeting and plays it. That's repeating that meeting, the content. Everywhere it is played in town hall, people are going to listen to it and understand it the same way the people who had it live understood it. That's what we need to do. These people are holding us down by the ignorance that have been entrenched in the system. They know we won't know. Therefore, they've been able to carry on with this disease for 22 years. And all of us and foreigners who see it from afar. Imagine it took Bruce Wayne, an American lawyer, to come to say that he's shocked, he's absorbed, that we allow this to go on for these 22 years. I've had the privilege of leading a team to sit down with him in his offices in Washington, Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. He understands what the problem is better than the people who say they are trying to solve it. People of that country. Which was why he was asking the people who invited him to come and discuss Biafra why they will allow the constitution that created the Nigeria they are rejecting to remain. That has a signature. So I think we go in that order. Get people to understand, to listen to and understand. If they have questions flowing from what they heard, flowing from what they read, that's a different view. We'll be more than glad to take it. Then we come to the same understanding that this is we reach a consensus. We reach a common page on this is what the problem is, this is what the solution is in black and white, so that it can be replicated. Anybody who asks why is this way, you have answer because you now know.
All right, thank you so much.
Has been done in terms of activating just education awareness, especially around the clubs in Clubhouse, not just Yoruba Nation. And be honest, the people that have done the most awareness, especially playing recorded Nnandi sessions on Clubhouse consistently, has been I don't say the Igbo Nation, but in particular the Rubicon, the review is back. He has had multiple sessions, and these things that you are talking about in terms of trying to get people to be aware about the problems and also the solutions and the steps are it's not been something that's been particularly straightforward, because whilst you are trying to liberate people, there are some people who are hell-bent on making sure that the system remains the same. And these are the beneficiaries of corruption and the looting, and they are very, very desperate. They do anything, including character assassination. So of course, by the time you get more used to the platform, you start to see even the politics that you probably face, on ground is also very similar to the politics that is also on the Clubhouse. But yes, your messages are recorded. There are several sessions before you came, even before you came.
who's responsible for rewriting the constitution? Those are my two questions.
All right, thank you so much, sister. Justice, can you please go ahead? Justice. Justice. Crucifix. My brother, shielded. Shielded, we cannot hear you. Shielded. Okay, Brian.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Tony Nnandi. Thank you very much for spending your time to talk to us. We very much appreciate you. I have taken some time to go through your website, the NINA's website, and the other website, and to read some of the things that have been provided, the information that's been provided. Every time I listen to you, because like Dee actually said, his bar normally plays a lot of the stuff you actually say, and essentially I decided to do more research. So I wanted to know, since I noticed every time you talk, you've been very critical of another agitation group regarding their level of consultation. So I just wanted to ask you, all right, Brian,
Shielded, are you there? I know.
Hello, I'm still talking now.
Yeah, we lost you for a minute.
Okay, yes. All right. So the question for Tony essentially is that I noticed that he was extremely critical of another agitation group regarding their consultation process or lack of. So I wanted to find out from him the kind of consultation that was done in the middle belt, because when I went through the website, I saw what I saw was like names, and basically I just wanted to know whether the level of consultation for, say for example, the Nupe ethnicity, since when referring to what the Biafrans were doing, or the Biafrans were doing, you were critical that they didn't speak to certain areas within the former or the old Biafran bloc. So I just wanted to know, because I've gone through the names, the only person I can see who is actually from that area is Dr. Sheb Zakbai. So I just wanted to know what level of consultation that was done within the Nupe ethnic nationality, especially also to find out whether the traditional rulers were consulted as well.
All right, thank you so much.
Someone like the Etsu of Nupe.
All right, thank you so much. My sister Gogo. Gogo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I think, Shilda, did you want to go?
Shielded,
yes, I'm
are
here.
you there? Please go ahead, Gogo.
Okay, so my question is actually one question, because Olori touched on the other one, but also I didn't think it was or it's being touched properly. Is the PR that Nina is doing currently? Okay, I'll start with the activation of people's power. So this activation that you've done, I believe you've done previously, activating.
That we have done previously.
Yes. So we've done previously. I wasn't there when that was done. But the thing is, my question is, what did we do? Should I put it that way? That sounds better. What did we do the first time the activation of people's power started? What does that mean? to me, if we're activating people's power, how are we doing that? How are we reaching the people that are on ground, that are not on Clubhouse, do not have Twitter? Remember, you keep saying about this 150 million people that needs to be reached. In this room, there are only 200 and something people. Now, the remaining majority of the population of people back in Nigeria that might not be on Clubhouse, that might be in the villages, that might need to, I think this is part of what Brian asked, whether the rulers are involved. Sorry, Johnny, your mic is interrupted. Whether the traditional rulers know about Ninas, who knows about Ninas, and all of this plan on the ground, the poor people, the people on the street, have they heard about Ninas? So if we're activating them, what plan is there to reach these people? By what means? I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. And also, I'll just state this clearly because I know when Ninas came on Clubhouse. So I'll just say this, by the way, that's my question. But by the way, I heard when Tony was saying we should on Clubhouse go and read about Ninas, but not in defense of people, but I just wanted to say that Ninas is quite new to Clubhouse. I mean, I knew when I first saw Jean on Clubhouse and Donald on Clubhouse. The first place I ran to was correct. Yes, I went to the website. I read about it. I was moved by it. I appreciated it that somebody somewhere was doing something, and I keyed into it and I joined. But not everybody have read in depth about leaders. Not because it's their fault or people here are not that educated or will not create the time to, but also is because I think there's been a poor PR, if you asked me, in terms of how people have been engaging or how the movement have engaged people in general, because a number of people you'll find have not heard the word Ninas, don't know anything about it. It just tells me the feedback for me from it is that a lot still needs to be done to bring in people, to get people to understand what Ninas is about. And also, I'll just say again, another feedback is when people are giving or asking questions, we should answer every single question, because at the end of the day, it's what you understand that you can join and you can clearly commit to because you understand it fully and fully informed about the things that you're doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your feedbacks. Gogo, Tony, do you want to take that?
Yes, I'll begin with her and then go back to the earlier ones. It is said.
Please, let's take one more. Bonka, are you there? Bonka.
And by the way, I would suggest we wrap up soon because it's been over 3 hours already.
Oh yeah, the stage is already clear. We just have a few more speakers left to ask their question. Okay.
Mr. Bonka, are you there?
Already clear.
Isba, are you there? All right, please, Mr. Tony, please go ahead.
Yeah. Very quickly, the reason we've come is to invite more people who will have to understand what needs to be said. This matter will have gone very far into the populace. Between 2009, when the Lower Niger Congress came out to the public for the first time in that name, and 2013, when the mischief of telling lies to deceive those who were already listening, we went to the grassroots. We had places, physical places of meeting in Aba, Onitsha, Abakaliki, Sapele, Warri, all over those 11 states. And the videos of it will be brought to the public in the days ahead. We just do not want Abuja to lump us together with the people who are doing these things we forbid that will cost blood. That was why when they went and used the radio that should have been used to disseminate this information that has not gone anywhere now,
to tell people that we were working for the enemy. And people actually stepped forward from amongst the people who had been brainwashed by them to attack our field officers in those places and seized those places, not because we didn't have enough numbers, but if we attempted to push them back, the Fulani will come to separate that fight. And we left it for them to say, okay, let's go doing the other things we are doing. And people were actually made to believe that we've never gone to the where the people are, that they're the ones who are there, they have multitude. We have not responded to all those things because we are going to bring videos that will embarrass those who made those claims. Because now the coast is clear. We didn't want to do that all the while because the system will have taken advantage of it and lumped all of us together to criminalize us and shoot at everybody. Having said that, that is to tell us that we knew from the first day that this message needed to get to the people. Then, because that radio that had been there long and had, it was just broadcasting, but we had the content that were not safe for mass broadcast at the initial time when we were doing things that required covert operations and stealth to achieve, so that the system doesn't begin to pursue and stop everybody doing everything. And so the time has finally come when we have tied all the knots we needed to tie quietly across the length and breadth of the land and the overseas places. We have now arrived at a point in the project when that mass dissemination has become necessary. And so that's why we're coming to invite more people to please, as a matter of starting point, take time to understand what we're proposing. It doesn't take more than 1 hour to look at, so that you can beat your chest to say, this is what these people are proposing. If I have 1,000 people in the room now, and I ask each of them to explain to us precisely in 1 minute, no more than 1 minute, what exactly is NINAS proposing? What exactly constitutes NINAS? What exactly is the action that will lead to all these things contained in documents that have been there? And so we come back to where that populace that has to be reached will have to be reached by human beings. If only a few of us, if it is Tony's project or Nina's that is only 10 people, that will have to go to everybody's house, and we now turn around and say those people have not done enough. What are the rest of the millions of people who are saying they are fed up with the madness Nigeria has become? What are they doing with the information that is staring at them, but which they are not digesting to be able to take to the next place? So it comes back to all of us. We have the finished product. We need to take it to the marketplace. Are you willing to be one of those? Each of us can reach 1,000 people if we put our minds to it. Understand what the proposition is, digest it in a manner we can explain it to third party, even if in our local languages or people in the communities. There are all kinds of ways, if we take it upon ourselves, to become part of that machinery that will transport the information further. But it starts with understanding what we want to take further. And so that's where the answer for that one will be. How to reach that large number of people is for more people to come. We are going to go back to the field now that there are all kinds of ways to resume. Now that we've separated ourselves completely from those who can shoot aside to what we are doing, because it will not serve any purpose. It's not going to add anything to us. It can only cause us setback. Then there was an earlier question of how exactly will it be? It is transition. If we say we're not going to election and we are offering the people in government house now to remain in the period of offering them transition, we're not anarchists. Say, let us accept we don't have a constitution. Let us go into a meeting in the period that it will take to do everything, including the referendums. That's what is contained in the document we're asking us to read. If we don't read it, it will remain a mystery to us every step of the way, even by this time next year. We'll still be asking questions that are contained in the document of our proposition. So it is a transition, the type South Africa did in 1990 about that will happen. Governance will be going on, electricity will be on, security will be maintained, but the government is not going to be telling us 20-year plan and budget. There will be, the only business going on will be the discussion of how fresh constitutional arrangements will emerge. Who is bringing what? Who is taking what? So that's what will happen. That's what to expect. For us to cause that logjam that will precipitate that transition, that's the task at hand. To stop the political parties from proceeding to elections so that they will realize that there's nothing else to do than to go and solve the problem. Since we have formed an alliance that prevents them from shooting at anybody, because they will be outnumbered immediately.
All right, thank you so much.
And just for clarity, let's make sure everybody understands. Tony made reference to Minas of 10 people. Minas is definitely just a figure of speech, because we know how people can, we've been in this thing for so long, where somebody can just pick up on that. Tomorrow you're hearing Tony say that there are 10 people in Minas. You know, I mean, it gets.
I'm speaking from Jos now. I addressed more than 300 people today who came physically from all over the Middle Belt. Each of them president of their town union, town association, and all of that. All the language groups in the Middle Belt. So, why are they in town? They have come to listen and to ask questions. As I speak with you, they are sitting in the hall. They broke into communities because they are using a facility that is housing most of them, apart from those who have places they stay here. And they came from all over the states of the Middle Belt. And so they came to interrogate what Ninas is saying because they want to carry it to their communities. We've done that.
Those meetings have happened also before. So this is not like the first time it's happening. But
that's what I
asked about Lupe. Yes, these meetings have happened severally in the past.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah. So because of your time, we really want to get through the order. Mr. Bonka, are you there? Bonka. Isba.
Yeah, I'm here.
Isba, please go ahead with your question. Then we'll come back to Bonka.
I don't have a question.
I'm here. You can hear me.
Okay.
Bonka, you can go then after.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Tony. So we here we're actually mobilizing ourselves, and we will also soon be on the streets ourselves, trying to help with the sensitization program and all of that. And of course, we'll be happy to actually work with someone like you if that opportunity ever comes. But it's just a clarification that I personally want on something. Like, I noticed that during elections there are some people that are directly linked with the politicians. An example is let me give an example with Oshiomhole. When he was doing this campaign, who is that? Please, can you mute? Right. So when he was doing his campaign, he forced some people to come out to the rallies, and at the detriment of their jobs, at the detriment of their livelihoods. So those people, even if they did not want to participate, they are already handicapped. So this is where my worry is. How in a place like Lagos, where like the I don't want to call them agbero, I don't know the better word to use, but the transport workers, they are directly linked with the political party. So they're not the kind of people you can separate from them, and that's a large crowd already. So how are we going to go about this sensitization that will stop this process? How would we stop TV stations from airing their debates if they decide they want to go that way? If they decide they want to put out stickers, pamphlets, the way they do it on all the roads. How is that going to be stopped? That's the question that I have, because most of the time it's not really through rallies that the process is. Rallies is just one of many ways. So that's the question I want to ask. Like, how would we stop the people from looking into it from all angles? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Isba, please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Tony, will bring you greetings.
Isva, do you want to go after Prince, please?
No, please.
Because I think it would be good for you to help bring. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay, praise God. No, allow.
Praise, please go ahead. Praise.
Okay.
All right, Isba, please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Tony, greetings from this side. Like my colleague said, we before you even came into this app, we've been using your message to sensitize people, right? You've really done a great work. We must appreciate your efforts. It's not easy to carry this message in a country already infiltrated, and your last message was your last video that I watched was on the fella who were with Fala, is it Falana? Yeah, that lawyer. And you've been around these men, you can easily switch over. You can easily, the likes of Festus Keyamo, we know how they started, we know where they are now. You've been around these people. We've also been part of Nigerian politics, knowing fully well that you have all it takes. All you have to do is just to drop this your message, and man, you follow the lead. But you have chosen, I don't know what the motivations are, because in a country, in a society infiltrated, like I said, it's very rare to find someone that decides to stand out. So I don't know, it's just like when you see in this clubhouse, when people see maybe how successful you are, and they begin to wonder, why are you preaching for, self-determination or whatever, just to break out of Nigeria? Because it's already assumed that the only people that are supposed to be clamoring for break away from Nigeria are people that are suffering, are people from a downtrodden home, right? So whenever you see people, most of them see people on Clubhouse say, oh, let us go our way, they already assume you are suffering, right? It's also like that when people see someone like you doing these things, they don't understand. They feel like, you know these people, you have been here, you have been everywhere. Why can't you just, Well, I don't have the answer. Maybe you will also tell us what is your motivation to decide to be different in such a kind of country we find ourselves. And again, Mr. Tony, I also have been following you for some time. I understand that you are a very principled person, but the position you are occupying now, I feel like, every advice necessary at this point is very important. Even in our place, they said, throw away the mad man, but do not throw away the message, right? I believe what you carry now is a very big body, and even the least person can bring up advice and it should be adhered to, as long as the person is genuine, as long as the person is progressive, as long as the person wants this thing, right? Let us endeavor to listen to people more, to accommodate suggestions, anything. And again, Mr. Tony, also understand that there is also a generation of people you are dealing with now. maybe the generation of people you started when you started it, because you've been in this for a very long time. Let us also understand the dynamics of the kind of people or the youth that are in existence now and try to also adjust. It's just like when somebody wants to teach an elderly person something, or maybe someone in the university. The way you come down to a primary school child will always be different from the way you talk to maybe somebody in first year, second year. You already assume that the person knows, so just go straight to the formula. But when you want to teach a small child that same message, you will have to calm down a little bit, try to even bend down to that person's age or stage. So let us understand the dynamics and try as much as to be flexible enough, right? Yeah, I'm just suggesting. We are your fans, we follow you up, and there are things we see that you on your own might not see. And having this opportunity to be with you in the same space, this is the only way we can, air our view. And again, let's also look into being more focused than putting more interest on criticism. Because this position you are now,
people are being killed in large numbers on account of lies that are being told.
Yes,
by
I
people
understand
who know
that,
the truth.
Mr. Tony.
That is what is at stake. And
Yeah.
Tony, let him finish, please.
Yeah, I understand that. Of course, I understand that. I understand that. But like I said, you cannot be in this.
We are in a
struggle.
construction site. We're on a construction site. The only cement we have in that construction site is in silo. Somebody comes with tanker and pouring water into that cement silo. If that water enters there sufficiently, all the cement will be ruined. That project is at an end because we won't find another cement.
Okay.
All right.
Like I said, also, Mr. Tony, I understand you're a very principled person, but we'll still continue to, ask you to try and adjust a little bit. And in this struggle, Mr. Tony, I want you to know that we've had people like Malcolm X and Martin.
Don't insult the memory of Malcolm X. Don't insult the contributions of Malcolm X, who was genuinely committed to liberation of black people, with criminals that came to make profit from the blood of dying people, knowing what could liberate them, they decided to make profit from their pain. That's what's going on, and it's costing blood. There's no Malcolm X anywhere. Did you know about
that? Could have just allowed me to so you understand what
Mr. Tony, let him land his plane, Mr. Tony.
So what we are saying is that there is no single road to freedom. I know I might not be so exposed like you are with your level of experience, but when there is an oppressor, people that are oppressed, you hardly bring them to a single vacuum and tell them how to fight the oppressor. The best we can do is to canvas and bring in as much people that are oppressed into our league. And in as much as we cannot get the 100% of the oppressed people into our league, we also do better to maybe, even if we can't get everybody, we can as well ignore the other league of oppressed people and let them go about, fighting their oppressors however they wish. As we continue,
we're on the same side.
Mr. Tony.
We are on one construction site.
Wait now, Mr.
If that construction is...
What we are doing is suggestion. You go into your own destiny, you look at it, you pick the ones you want to, and we move.
I want you to take that task and go and
Of
convince
course,
them.
you don't even know how many people you are converting. You've done a great work. Just for 2-3 days, you are on this app.
It's not about
We are
me.
the ones that are
It's
on
not
this app.
about
We are
me.
the ones that will tell you that your
It's
message.
it's not about me. It's not about me. There's an organization. There are several organizations. There's a plan those organizations have embraced and put on the table.
All right, thank
Those
you.
who want to drive that plan,
Mr. Tony,
take
we
that
want to
plan
take.
and go forward with it. It's not Tony's campaign.
Yeah, that's right. So, Mr. Tony, we want to take 2 more questions. Then we are going to come back to you, Mr. Tony. Thank you so much,
I think I need to go to get some rest. I spoke for 3 hours plus in the place I went today, and it's been continuous for like 48 hours. I think we've covered enough ground for one day.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Mr. Johnny, are you still with us?
Yes, I was concerned about that because I know what he has done today, how much that he has done today.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Tony, for everything that you do and that you continue to do. We look forward to future engagements, and thank you once again.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to continue. We still have Mr. Johnny with us. We're going to go to your papa. After your papa, my brother Bola will go. Your papa, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Your papa.
Okay, thank you very much. I can. So, yesterday you made us know that there was a process you were following a few years ago in time of challenging the Constitution of Nigeria with what's the name of that man?
Just go ahead.
Yeah, the man that wrote the 1979, who Obasanjo used to write the 1979 Constitution, and Professor Ben Nwangwezi. But when you challenge Professor Nwangwezi to let's go to court, he decided not to. So he said you should establish the justiciability and the what's it called? Let me see again. The jurisdiction for challenging the Constitution. I want to ask if the status quo of that case and if that document can be dusted and also be tried in the court of law at this time, even though we know that Malami is going to make sure that case doesn't stand. I'm just saying that since you have already established the justiciability, or what they call it, I'm sorry, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, and the constitutionality of that challenge, I think if possible we can still go ahead and do that. Then I wanted to also ask you, you said you have met with many of the political leaders who are in power today. I want to ask if our current vice president, who is not just a professor of law, he's a professor of constitutional law, if he is also aware of some of this the activity you're doing in terms of challenging the fraudulent 1999 Constitution. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, my brother. Before we go to Mr. Okay, would you like to take that?
Yeah, the matter is simple. What we needed to do in court, we did in 2007, and the Attorney General of Federation came to court, joined. He filed a response to say he had nothing to say. That was his response. That is the case. He admitted our case, and the judge could not help them. That was the end. That was really the end of that constitution since that time. The only reason it's still standing is that the people who are in the bondage are making noise, refusing to listen, chasing after little carrots they throw at them, and going deeper and deeper into the bondage, making the task of dismantling that constitution a lot more difficult. We have nothing to go to do in court on the matter anymore because the issue we're raising is self-evident. If they did not put decree number 24 together with that constitution over and over, But the proof of what we are alleging is there. And so the Attorney General come to say, look, there's nothing to try here. The only question he had was, if it is anything to do with the Constitution, any citizen can go to court. So the matter collapsed on their head. We have nothing holding us in this other than the ignorance of the multitude that continue to go to election with them, pretending we have a democracy, and therefore being killed. The second leg is, what was the second question again?
If Oshibanjo, the current vice president,
Oshibanjo was Attorney General at the time in Lagos, at the time we were doing PONATO. His principal, Tinubu, Fashola was chief of staff that related between Tinubu and the conference. Because Tinubu, thinking that everybody will follow him, actually facilitated Nohoro to be able to convene. I mean, he provided, Obasanjo just sent people to try to disrupt us. Tinubu gave the conference a place in Government House Annex in Kenya. Oshibanjo is completely aware. All that time they were going to court against federal government. We were all telling them, you don't even need to go to any court. Go and pass the law. Let Obasanjo come and stop you in Lagos. Let's see. All of them are very completely aware. In 2000 and I think it was 10, when the bar conference, the Nigerian Bar Association National Conference happened in Lagos, I again engaged him then because I think he has since been Attorney General at the time. I engaged him, said, sir, this is where we are now. They all know. Is it Tinubu that doesn't know anymore? Or Fashola that doesn't know anymore? When as governor, he was the one contending with, some of those things the Abuja was doing. Now all of them are in Abuja. And it's all okay. They no longer understand the meaning of that thing they were pursuing when they were Lagos administration.
All right, thank you. Like I said, Mr. Tony, I know you must be exhausted. We can continue with Mr. Johnny, who is in the house, as we try to take the rest of the questions from people on the stage. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Good night. All right. Okay, I think Johnny to step down. Okay.
Donnie will answer the question. Don will answer the question. Let's carry on.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Don can answer the question.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Agbola, you're next on the line.
Yeah, hi October. Good evening, everyone. I would have loved if Mr. Tony had waited at least to hear the question, even if he doesn't answer it. Because where I'm coming from is this, that I do believe the onus is on us to deliver ourselves, but is also alluded to the fact that we need some sort of help. However, the way I see it is, we can't fully rely on those we want to help, because at times, or even not at times, most of the times is based on interest. It's spoken about the previous government, the US government, and what they've done. The current government is, the relationship between the current government and the Nigerian government is a lot more closer than the previous government. And that's why some of the things that were passed with the previous governments are not being implemented right now. And we also at least we had a room where we were discussing the issue of Turkish president and the impact that has on us. And what my question was going to be was, would he consider an option where we will be able to do things that would kind of give us a leverage above what the interests of these people are, not necessarily waiting for their goodwill. I don't know if somebody can.
I was just going to say, Mr. Tony will be on the review on Tuesday and somewhere else on Wednesday and Thursday, so you might want to ask him the question then. I do also understand where you're coming about the different administration. And if we can do one thing today from this meeting, I know everyone is asking, what can we do? What can we do? If every single person who is in the diaspora is on here right now, maybe it's half of us, if you can send a letter to your senator, not an email, a written letter, and just send something about what's going on in Nigeria or the slaughter or the genocide or whatever. Those letters have to be read. They have to be archived. So if we choose a day like Monday for mailing letters, Tuesday for tweeting, Wednesday for calling, if we do something like that every single day, you'll be surprised how much work, how much we can help, our own struggle, So I'm just throwing that out there. But you can save your question for Tuesday if you'd like to address him on the review.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Bola.
Sorry,
Bola.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't really get the first of the question, but I think what I'm thinking is you were asking if the present government, given who they are, do not play along with or allow things to go the way we're planning. Is that what you meant?
Not necessarily. That's a given. The government won't play along. And that is why we would need at least some outside help, which he also alluded to, and that's why he's approached the UK. But to put everything in context, there's a flow of message at the background between myself and him. He's not come back to me yet. He's read the message, he's seen it, but he's not come back to me yet. So I was just going to present it in another light and hopefully give him food for thought to be able to get his reply back. So that was why I was presenting it the way I'm presenting it, that the previous American government, the relationship of the current American government is a lot smoother with the Nigerian government than the previous one. And that's why it seems the resolutions that have been passed by the previous American government are not being speedily implemented now. Okay. And considering also that there are other foreign influences also, like the Turkish president selling ammunition to the Nigerian government. We can't stop that as it is right now. But if there are other avenues where we can take to try and minimize such influences, would it be something he would actively consider?
Okay, I think he had mentioned it. I'll still go back to answer directly, but he had mentioned the fact that the Secretariat has done several letters to several countries, the international community generally, and through their embassies and sometimes through their missions in the US, since we have a lot of people that we work with through there. And that aside, what I'm trying to point out in this as the concerns are this: the strategy of NINAS will function effectively if
we achieve the critical mass. Now, yes, you might say the critical mass might be very difficult because, but first of all, you need to define what the critical mass is. You do not really need the 150 million because when you're looking at political engagement in Nigeria, you could say that we have a 35 to 40% or less than 35 to 40% engagement politically. So when you look at that figure, you see it takes us down to about 70 to 75 million or so. So if we could engage and have at least 40 to 45 or 50 million people that understand this message and understand how our participation will help actualize it. In Nigeria, we do not have the security or military capacity to stop 10 million people at the same time, especially when you have a widespread, of which when you're widely spread, you are going to also expect the military command to also spread their capacities. So now when you look at the capacity of a battalion in one place, and you know it's not battalions are like, okay, one in every state or two in some states, and you have several local governments that are doing the same thing at the same time, are making sure that elections do not hold, are making sure that political party buildings or activities are not happening at the same time, the spread will not be enough to stop the people. So what we should be bothered about, we can act as though we are not expecting anything from the international community. In fact, as a matter of fact, when you look at go through the proclamation, you will see that what we are doing with the international community is basically putting them on notice, letting them know what we are doing, letting them know what we are going through, so that tomorrow, okay, like when we did letters to several financial organizations and nations not to offer loans to Nigeria again because those loans will be questionable by the time the indigenous people have grievances with their sovereignty and so forth, so that those things will be questionable. So when we have written things to these countries like that, we're putting them on notice, and we are also telling them to be cautious. So we are not asking them, we are not totally 100% expecting them to bring their jet fighters or guns to come and fight for us. We are just saying, if we the people, okay, we are about 200 and something people here now, if each of us could communicate with at least 100 or 200 or 300 people, and you have a multiplying effect, we have the time. Let's say in another 3 months, if we engage and make the noise about it, like Adodain has said, probably we run a couple of tweets, we do letters, we get the publicity out to the point that we activate, we wake we wake up people from their sleep. We wake up people to the knowledge of what is going to recover their sovereignty. In 2-3 months, we're going to have everybody aware of this and everybody wanting to participate in this. Then the next thing will be for us to help to commit them to be provoked into engagement. So when we say we do not want election, everybody knows that elections we do not want. The Agberos that we have, we also remember the incident that happened during the NSAS march last year, protest last year. You see, when the Agberos came, when the people stood together, hello, did you say something?
No, please go ahead.
Okay, when the people stood together, did you notice that almost all the places you had the Agberos coming, the Agberos were chased away and some of them were picked up? Because the Agberos their numbers are not significant. And again, these Agberos are always doing most of them are very scared. If you deal with them one-on-one, you know, most of them are very few of them are courageous. By the time they see 2 or 3 people looking at them and coming towards them, they leave their stuff and go away. The ones that are carrying guns, they also come from somewhere. So if we can even make it a duty to engage these people. We can engage most of them, and maybe from our individual capacity, we can do some financial gains to them and get them closer to also understand and look. Like I personally, where I am, I've been personally doing town hall meetings, community meetings in different I divided my coverage area to pulling units from the wards, to be able to go from one place to another and just be talking to people, because it is important that in my own state I want to make sure that we know I know the way my government functions. They spend so much money on all these things, but we are trying to engage people from that level to understand that, look, it's not just this that we are going to look at, and we also take advantage of working on people that are not very satisfied to say, look, we need to achieve this. It's all about strategy. And like I wanted to respond. That was one of the reasons I raised my hand up to come up. I was actually at the audience when I don't know, somebody asked a question about what the plans are, the strategy down on how we are going to achieve that halting of the election. You see, this is one other thing I know I discuss sometimes in the clubhouse, that we could actually, when the scenarios in one place might be different from another place. So sometimes it's good to have these gatherings where we could question ourselves on what strategies to use in places that we are used to. We could come up with strategies. The strategy that works here might not be what is going to work in B or C. So it's not as if the NINA strategy is going to write on how to deal with so and so of the election in point A and apply it to point B. All we just need is let the people agree and commit to the fact that they want to stop this. But once you do that, and like Bunga had said, that they are also looking at committing onto going talking to people on the street, maybe, because I remember, like, during the NSAS time, we tried to engage most of the leaders of the NSAS to actually come up with this solution as one of the demands, since they had to make demands. That was shortly before the unfortunate incidents on Tuesday, October 20. But then we're trying to come up with placards that will also educate people that this is actually a major problem. So if for any instance that we have the opportunity to move people for something like that to come up again, we can actually put that as demands that will be going out. And if we can do it simultaneously, as in so many places at the same time, if we can achieve something, we don't need to push so far to get to a point that are threats to us. We just do what we can. I'm sorry, I think my network is bad, so I'll just yield here. Thank you.
Please, can I ask a question to Tom?
Okay, Justice, yeah, we have you. Do we have other people on the stage with questions before we take Justice? Do we have anyone else?
Johnny is back. My phone died, and but I'm able to reconnect again.
Thank you. All right. So, do we have anyone else? Prince, you're on the stage. Do you have any questions? Okay, I think we only have Justice. We're going to take Justice question and a reply to that under 2-3 minutes, and we can close for the day. Justice, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Tumba. You are my lovely brother. You have done a great job. I have one thing to say, and I have one question to ask. One thing I want to say, I don't know the people that are managing Tony, or people who are his PA or his secretary, or people who are working with him. I want to give him one advice. He should avoid talking about other agitators or calling people criminals. I heard it over and over again. Try to paint IPOB criminals. That is very disgusting for me. I think people should send this message to him to stop or avoid completely talking about other agitators. Let him focus on the constitution he wants to bring down. That is one. And two, I want to ask the Nina's people, how are you people paying these bills? Who is bankrolling you guys? Because I know for you to get your voice in Capitol Hill, you need a lobbyist and you need to pay them. How are you guys getting funds to fund all these things? Thank you very much.
All right, Johnny, can I take that?
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
Before you go, we're going to open the Rubicon room so that we can get some feedback from people who have been a part of this conversation. Mr. Johnny, please take 2 minutes as we wrap up the discourse for tonight.
Okay. What I would like that gentleman to know, the person that asked the question, is that, in fact, to actually answer
Johnny,
that
can
question,
you
I think we
remove
have
your earpiece, please?
Okay.
Can you hear me better?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. When I was in class 4, I got into a fight. And in that fight, it was I was just walking, minding my own business, when a boy just took a swipe at me. The guy hit me. And it was a shock because there was no argument, no debate, but the guy just punched me. And before I could react, he threw another one. And my classmates who were supposed to be stopping that attack were cheering. And so I went gangster on him, really. I just decided to defend myself. And I went on the offensive. And a few moments later, when Father Onyema walked by, I was clearly the aggressor. And then Father Onyema knelt me down, knelt the boy down. He gave him 2 strokes of the cane, and then he gave me a lot more. Because all he saw was me attacking this guy. I was the youngest boy in the class, but I was taller than the boy that attacked me. He was learning boxing and he wanted to show off, so he picked the youngest kid in the class to show off his boxing skills. Nobody saw, Father Onyema did not see what happened before I went on the attack. So when I hear people talk about Tony Nnandi said this about other agitators, my goodness, if you go back and know what IPOB Nnamdi Kanu had done to Tony Nnandi and this movement, you will cry. And I don't have enough time to go into details. So with this organization, as far back as 2013, it was actually Admiral Ndubisi Kanu that organized that first meeting where Tony Nnamdi came to Tony's office because they wanted him to go to radio and deliver certain messages. Tony laid down everything to him. Every time they have dealt, and then this young man went on radio, used the one that he wanted, and then discarded the rest of the pens. And he not only did that, he started this nonsense about Tony working with the government. And he said it very openly that Tony is working for the Fulani. And he kept on that, and his followers believe it to the T. I am in Igbo forums today where people are still throwing that nonsense there. I had to shut somebody down a few days ago saying that Tony Nnadi is working for one Nigeria. Tony Nnadi wants one Nigeria. And I asked him, have you taken the time to study what Tony Nnadi is doing? And so the mischief that came from that angle is what many of the people that complain about what Tony says about about that organization. What Tony says is what you hear. But go back to December in fact, the latest example would be, go back to December when we declared the constitutional force majeure. As soon as this thing was activated on December 16th, they went on IPOB radio, Simon Ekpa and the rest of them. If you hear what they said about this thing, this constitutional dispute, discrediting Tony, they just attacking it, feeding their people lies. There's a time when somebody does things to you, to where you just know that to break out, you have to tell the truth. Tony has no option at this point than just lay down the truth about this movement. Because I do believe that if these people were interested in freedom, they would be cheering what Tony is doing. They have promised twice, Nnamdi Kanu himself promised twice to unite, and because they did not have a strategy of their own. Clifford Iranya should have been here today to tell his story about how they all agreed that they were now going to work with Tony, with the Lower Niger Congress strategy, because they did not have one of their own. And as soon as Nnamdi came out of I don't want to go. I don't think I even have time to go into the details of what has been done. So what I'm telling you is that the mischief from that organization against Lower Niger Congress and anything associated with Tony Nnandi will make you cry, and these are all lies. So,
all right, Mr. Johnny. Mr. Don also has got something to
Otumba, can I quickly chip in something?
You will chip in. Don. So, Don, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want his back to go, and then you can go after? So, just to set the record straight, whatever it is that is going on between Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Tony Nnandi, we clearly understand that it's a family feud, and that while speaking Igbo language, you're going to, find ways to.
It's not even. Sorry to cut you off. It's not even between two. It's not even about two personalities. It's about. This is a plan. It's about truth and lies. And then.
Okay, no, that's okay. But we know that at some point, they are going to be able to find some common grounds to resolve all of that. So that is our position on Yoruba Nation platform. We really don't like to meddle too much in family matters. Isba, please, is your contribution outside of the topic?
Just to quickly add, it's just an advice. Like I wanted to advise Tony when he came. Please, you guys to try do more. Regardless, we know that Nnamdi Kanu, I don't know what, like you said, what he does, but you have to understand his own fan base. And even in this clubhouse, like we will try to advise Tony, if you amplify these things, we should rather focus on our own strategy and make people understand the reasons.
Right.
You need to be more. Hold on, it's just an advice. Now, we should be more sensitive on people we are dealing with. Trying to rubbish this thing and gather those things, we have to understand that this guy have fans, and the more you try to rubbish it, the more people are looking at it.
No, that's okay. Isba, you already advised Tony when he was here, and
so
I'm
it's
sure
very
that
important, because once you mention Nnamdi Kanu, there are people that are so sensitive to it. It destroys a lot of work that some of you guys are doing. It's just a sincere this thing, even on this.
Can I tell you a quick story?
All right, guys. Because of our time, it's been long hours, and we have people streaming this live. Thank you so much, our brother KOIKIMEDIA, for streaming this important show, and also to my brother Omo Baba Laremi, and to other people who are also live streaming the program.
Prince,
do you have any?
You are not talking. I hope you are not recording to go and say nonsense.
Oh no,
this one you refuse to.
I just yes.
Do you have any?
Can I say something now?
I'll come to you, Mr. Don, after D.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to thank every single one of you on Clubhouse today for coming to the program. I want to thank in absentia the keynote speaker for the brilliant work that we all have witnessed, and how he's been able to, in a very cerebral way, break down the problem and also identify a pathway to a solution, and also what needs to be done. It's actually something that we are so grateful to be in touch with, not just a concierge of the vision, but actually the visionaire himself. And it has been really refreshing just listening to his perspective for the last few days. It has been nothing short of very exciting. And please follow the Yoruba Nation on Clubhouse. This is one platform where you get the truth and nothing but the truth. I also want to thank the Rubicon and all the other houses that will continue to work together in synergy with a purpose for just one, not a political. We are not PDP, not APC, nor any other thought force. We just want a self-determination solution that cannot be tainted by the dollar of Atiku or the Lagos money of Tinubu. So I'm so grateful that we have an opportunity to have such a conversation today, and we'll continue to bring more keynote speakers to the Yoruba Nation platform, where we can get a lot of sensitization on just the truth. That's what we're interested in, not propaganda and not hearsay. Things that can move the country forward and move our ethnic nations forward. Thank you very much, Otumba. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you so much, my brother. My sister, Adedoyi, are you there to give us your last words before I go to Mr. Don?
Yeah, I just want to say everyone has a part to play, and I want to thank everyone for joining today and listening to everything Tony has to say. It's very enlightening. A lot of things he said today was an eye-opener for many people, and I do want to encourage everyone to go to the NINA's website, the link, to read up on the steps that they're taking, and by ourselves to figure out what we need to do to activate or to ignite many people that would not have access to Tony's talk today, to spread it like the gospel to as many people that would listen. And that's it. I leave the mic.
All right, thank you so much, my sister. Mr. Don, can you please give us your closing remarks?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for having the patience to be with us this couple of hours. And am I still on? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So I understand the position of Easter and Justice and a few other believers of IPOP. I understand the concerns, and I wish to say, when we talk about NINAS is not an organization or an institution. It's a movement, and in NINAS, all we say is that we want the people to acknowledge the fact that because of our problems is the fraudulent 1999 constitution and how it's enslaving us. And for us to be able to leave this enslavement is for us to work together to recover our sovereignty. And we have come up with a few steps. The most important one is to halt the 1999 constitution. And if most of us had attended the last national World Press Conference, we heard what Professor Akintoye said. He advised that we should all go back to our regions and educate our people, and as a matter of fact, even come up with some resolutions that will help in the referendum that will determine what we want to do with our sovereignty. So it's all about having the right to our self-determination, exercising our rights to self-determination. That is what NINAS is all about. So I understand those concerns, and I want all of us to look at it in that direction, that we are all trying to get back our sovereignty. And let's just get back let's just work together, let's educate people, let's orient people, and read more. Like the proclamation of the constitutional force majeure is about I think primarily 3.5 pages. It's something, I'll say 4 pages. It's something anybody can just spend 2 minutes or 3 minutes and go through it, and it's going to explain a whole lot on what we should do. We don't really have a register where you have to register, or like the other guy had said, how do you fund yourselves? How do we fund ourselves? It's individuals. If I'm given an assignment now to do it in my territory, I do it. If I cannot afford to do it myself, I call Johnny, I call Rotimi, I call Jake, I call in and say, look, I don't have funds to cover this. Can you assist me? And somebody decides to assist. It's not as if there is one pause that they say, oh, come and take money here to go and do this. It is now that we are even trying to say maybe we should everybody should work together to achieve certain things that requires funding. Funding has always been done individually. And when you see, sometimes when you see Tony sound like that, most of those things are things that he has funded, he has sacrificed so much. Sorry about my dogs. He sacrificed so much to achieve these things on his own and the support of a few of us. It's not as if it's one box. I just wanted to clarify that actually justice to say who funds you. You know, now I can understand why if FFK was very angry when he was asked who funds you. You know, it's a mischievous question, but it's okay that I also had to play that part too. So it's a nice thing that we were here, and I thank everybody for being here. And we invite you guys to be in other places that Tony is going to be. And also, when we resume our house, I think we are going to run some programs where we take our time to explain these things and take questions in bits. And we understand that a whole lot of people can ask questions that have been answered before. It doesn't mean anything, we can take them. But it's just that when it's being put directly on Tony, that is talking somewhere for 3 hours, talking in another place for 3 hours, it's some kind of pressure that can be relieved if we take our time to look at those the proclamation document and some other documents that are there for us to see. Thank you very much, Otumba. Thank you, Adede. Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, everybody. I say good night.
All right, thank you so much. And on that note, we have come to the end of the program. Kindly join us on the Rubicon platform, where we are going to be recapping everything that has been said on this platform tonight. And once again, thank you to everyone helping us to streamline live on Facebook, on YouTube, and across all the platforms. I'll be playing Yoruba National Anthem now. I'll be closing the